Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good evening. It doesn't really matter, actually. It's any time of the day, really.
Good
Um,
day.
yeah. Welcome to the Owlbear Inn. We're uh, we're gonna dive into the nightmare. So dive with us. You said you had an announcement, Audio Callus.
Oh, yes, I do, of course. Thursdays this week would be Skeptical Raccoons. However, Skeptical Raccoons is going on hiatus until further notice. That's right. This guy's freeing up his Thursdays because he's tired. So, officially, basically, Alberian's closed on Thursdays. But all other days were good. Keep going.
Perfect. Everyone needs rest.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Rest is for the weak.
Rest is for the weak. It's for the bitter and the old.
And the spellcasters.
And the spellcasters.
Except
Never
for warlocks,
forget.
they just need a short rest. Just saying.
Still a rest.
All right. Yeah. So I think that's it for announcements. Tomorrow we do have playing with Mutts still, so you get to see me and the wonderful innkeeper here doing Valheim things. It's gonna be so much fun. We beat a
Building
dragon
stuff.
last week, so
We did. We beat a dragon. We've only got one more boss left to fight and a base to build. We're doing good.
yeah. But yeah, that's it for announcements. Keep an eye on our socials for anything new or anything else that might come up. And if you want to roll that intro.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Oranges. Anyway, yeah. So last week the party went and learned that the tower they were waltzing through. I'm trying to find a nice place to put my mic, or not my mic, my mouse, since my mic is taking up where my mouse usually is. Last week, the party learned that the tower they were waltzing through was in fact quite living, or sentient, really, and that the poor wizard that was stuck there
Deserves
was
it.
a rude dude and definitely deserves it. All right, so yeah, we're picking up right at the end of that little adventure there. Wallace has gone screaming back up to the top of the tower, trying to finish as quickly as possible. And you all just got a bunch of new stuff.
Oh, we're not done yet, baby. We
Shopping episode is not over.
we
Shopping's not done.
need things still. We are going to
Perfect.
push our limits. First off,
Find
bags of
out
holding
what
for
they
all of
have.
us.
Obviously, that's possible.
So all of us have our own individual bags of holding.
All right.
You do the talking on this one, Murray. You sound like you have a plan, so I'm just gonna let you go ahead.
That was mostly the extent of my plan. Okay, I need at least 6 vials of acid, 13 large springs, 42 2x4s that are roughly the length of. I'm just rambling off random things at this point.
Yeah.
I'm actually kidding about
Can
those.
Smasher get an elephant?
I was
I think
gonna
it's
say
200 GP.
no. There are no animals here.
I want an elephant.
We went over my shield shrinking and growing as needed, and my gloves.
Mm-hmm.
Vials, empty vials.
Oh, empty vials. Yeah, they've got a lot of empty vials, varying sizes. Um, the uh, the thing that last week I kept calling an amoeba, the mimic that was in amoeba form, sits there and has displayed for you a nice arrangement of different sized vials that you can use or
I
that you
am.
could take.
If Callus knew what Christmas was, this is him in Christmas. He, after looking all these, will show them that little tool set he's got that he takes an hour to change. Really, it's a class ability, but we're fluffing that into a thing that he's built. And then say,
Swiss Army knife.
Swiss Army knife, basically, and be like, you got anything that can be like every single kind of tool, but gives you a little bit more of a benefit to it? Now, player knowledge, there's a thing called an all-purpose tool. It is a magical item that Callus is definitely after.
Pushing his luck.
Yeah.
It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it pays out.
Ethan knows what these things are.
The mimic creature sits there for a moment. Then it looks over at one of the sections where some things can get built. The smithy's over there. There's what looks like a tinker's workshop over there. And then it kind of holds up a pseudopod that looks like a fingering and just does this. And sits there and waits.
Either that means you have one, or wait a minute. If you have one, I can go get the wizard's big toe and give that to you.
It continues to sit there waiting.
I'm going to take that as a wait a minute. While waiting, I'll direct Smasher to start moving the crates from one bag of holding to the other bag of holding.
What's funny is I've been working on my inventory, literally just moving things up and around, so 100% will be doing that.
Perfect.
Smasher, I would like a perception roll from you.
$22.
In the process of moving all the stuff from one of the bags of holding into the other, as well as looking through your bag of holding that you got, you notice a slip of paper that is in Callus's old bag that wasn't originally there, and it's got some writing on it.
You also still hear the, you take anything from my bag, I'll kill you. It's still going.
I totally forgot about that.
Now everyone can hear it because he just pulled it out.
Hands over the piece of paper to you.
This has written on it in common. It's not my fault you artificers have the capability of making bags of holding, and I get pulled to them. But I won't take anything from your bag. I don't even know who you are.
But he's Muna's friend.
What is it, Callus?
Someone replied to my, so why am I writing down on the piece of paper when I could just do it with another stone? Hey, can I see that one? Stops repeating itself and like, what's an artificer? You can drop this in the new bag. Thank you.
And we
Go back
dropped
to
it into the
having
bag.
the
Just kind of
glasses.
wait.
Just organizing them tall, looking
So,
up. At
are we
ceiling
taking the crates out of the original your bag of holding, and am I holding onto those, or are we just putting them in like the your bag, but not the one your new bag, not your old bag? That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to say. Words.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I do not intend on keeping it as a bag of holding.
10-4.
If we're
Deshaun's gonna
still
walk up.
if we're still
Okay.
waiting, I'm gonna start examining the crates because I've gotten curious about those again.
Okay, and it is still waiting.
Cool.
One more thing. I need a map. It doesn't have to be done now. I wanted to kind of track where we've been. So this is a new place for me, and I don't want to have to draw out a map.
The amoeba, they're doing it again. The mimic turns and looks in another direction where you see where all the sewing and some other printing spots look at, and you suddenly see it start to become active as well. And it goes back to waiting. You're checking those crates out?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna try to look at the ones I didn't look at yet. There's 2 of them that I haven't seen. Oh, 2 of
There's
them that I
2 of
haven't
them?
opened.
I thought there were 4 of them that you hadn't opened yet.
No, I opened up 4 of them.
Oh,
Saw
okay.
strange liquids and such inside those.
Do you remember
And
the
then-
colors of the liquids?
Gray strikes my mind.
Gray and green?
I think
Was it?
green.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So the second set of boxes, because it was the 4 boxes, it was 2 boxes of vials filled with the gray liquid, and then 2 boxes of vials filled with
As
the
for the
green
green
liquid.
liquid. Okay.
The final 2 boxes that you open have vials filled with a black kind of. It's not viscous. It's very liquidy. Like I don't remember what the opposite of viscous is.
Opaque.
No,
It's
Oh.
thick.
that's color.
Viscous
Thin.
is thick.
Yeah,
Just
viscous
watery.
is thick. Yeah,
Yeah, so-
watery. It's incredibly watery. But it is black, just completely black.
I'm gonna walk up to the thing. I'm going to pull out a bullet and set it on the counter and wait. I don't know if it's busy.
You know, we can call it Cobb from henceforth.
Cobb.
Yeah,
Conglomerate
we
of
just need to
Bob.
call Cobb.
Cobb.
Cobb. All right, so Cobb looks down at the bullet, picks it up, kind of turns it over, and then it puts it down, and it looks back over at the same place where it had looked when Callus had first asked for his object, and you see more of Cobb moving around over there, and it goes back to waiting. And you get the feeling that it is actually trying to make the artifacts, or items rather, that you just asked for.
Ooh, an artifact would be nice.
I roll myself a cigarette and wait.
All right, let me roll a few dice.
One more thing Mixie has an idea on.
Ooh.
She takes up her empty wine bottle. Is there a way to keep this full at all times? Even if I've drank from it?
The amoeba Cobb looks down at all the signs it has, and you can see it almost visibly sigh, almost like it wants to be able to talk, but it can't talk. So it kind of just lifts up the buy sign, then it lifts up the sell sign.
Did we try casting any I have communication spells out the wazoo.
Yeah, like message. It was easier to communicate with message, that's for sure.
Okay. Message.
But
What were you trying to say? Or commune?
you get the feeling the answer to your question specifically is no. it does not quite have the capability of making consistent wine.
Fair.
How
How much wine can I fit in this bag of holding?
Using message, I take it.
Mm-hmm.
You get the feeling back that you need to visit the kitchen and ask the same exact question.
Okay. Do you guys need anything from the kitchen while we're waiting? I'm gonna do a quick trip down there.
Eggs.
Eggs? Any kind of eggs? Big eggs, small eggs?
I need about 8 small,
Big eggs.
6 medium, and 12 large.
8 small, 6 medium, 12 large?
Yeah.
8, 6, 12. Medium,
Whiskey.
small, large? Or small, medium, large?
Small, medium, large. 8, 6, 12, small, medium, large.
Okay. Got you!
A whiskey, if you please.
I drag from my cigarette.
Okay.
Hey, Smasher, you need anything? Oil?
I take exception to that. I do not require any exterior means.
I take exception to that. All right. Yeah. As Muna, I've done it. I've gone and done it.
It took you a while. I'm quite proud of
did.
you.
Mother.
6 episodes.
Yeah.
So as Mixie walks out of the workshop, a crate from that side is brought over, and Deshane, you hear a jingling sound, and this jingling sound is very, very familiar to you, and it just drops this crate on the table and then wanders off, and Cobb gestures to the crate, gestures to the bullet, and then gestures to you, Deshane.
Yeah, I'm gonna slide the crate over and open it up and have that soft golden glow hit my face like Pulp Fiction when he opens the briefcase. And then he's gonna look at me with a look of "we good," and I'm gonna say, "We good." No, I'm gonna look at the bullets. I'm gonna double check that they're the right ones. I assume that they are.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, they're very well made too.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, well, whatever you are. That's so funny. There's a yay button. Oh no.
Oh. Did we get a rest?
Not between
yeah.
the end of last session and now.
Okay.
We did rest recently, though.
Yeah, there was a recent rest though, so I don't think you specifically have cast any spells except for message, a couple of times.
Yeah. Okay.
Command.
Oh yeah, you did
She
cast
cast command on me. Well, let's try and
Yep.
kill the wizard.
Yup.
Forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't forget about that. Anyway, it then looks over at you, Callus, and then it looks back over at its tool area, and you see a bunch of these cobs come out and put tool sets on the table. But you can tell that while it was trying so hard to make the tool you just mentioned, it just could not at all get it to work properly. However, it is offering you all the not working designs that it tried to create, which really it's just spare parts for tool sets for you. Lots of tool sets.
It's just a bunch of new toys.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, and I give it a hug.
It hugs you back, which is a really weird feeling because it's like kind of like a blanket enveloping you.
You're goopy.
You.
Are these bullets in boxes or are they all loosey goosey?
They're all loosey goosey.
I'm still looking down at the box with that soft golden glow. And then I like take the top completely out and I start filling the bag of holding with these bullets. And yeah, I'm gonna look up at this goopy boy and like nod my head and tip my cap at him in like a really solemn way, and then keep on filling.
You
It seems as though that would be a really inefficient way to load the entire crate into the bag. Won't those
I want to be able to
get
grab him.
disorganized?
And I just start. I'm already just doing it. I'm just going. I'm just gonna be reaching in to refill. This is just gonna be another pouch for me full of bullets.
Full of bullets.
Smasher. Then when you're done filling the bullets, Smasher's gonna look at you, look at the bag, and then slowly try to step into the bag.
Wait, are you trying to get into your bag?
His bag. I'm stepping into his bag. I'm
No,
going
no,
in
no.
there to organize it.
Do I see this? Do I see this before he steps in?
Well, let me check your passive.
Well, I'm definitely gonna stop him.
12. Yeah, you can see him trying to get into the bag.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Smasher.
stop him.
Yeah, make sure you're not carrying your bag of holding before you climb into a bag of holding. That could be really, really bad.
Smasher looks down at literally carrying everything that he has on him right now, and just drops it. Everything just hits the ground. Like everything, everything.
I'll take care of it for now. He can organize the bullets inside there, so when you reach in, just don't domino effect it.
Okay. Knowing full well that as soon as he's out, I'm gonna do this to the bag. I just allow him to do it, and then
I go in and I organize each bullet side by side in a nice, perfect square, right? Perfect dimension, side, across and up, all standing right, ready to be picked up, and then climb out.
When you get in there to start, make for me a perception roll. Callus, what are you doing with your bags currently?
15.
The one that I just got, I'm now basically zipping up, having just put those other tools sets into the bag. Looking at it, it's like, nice. I'm just gonna tie it around and sit and watch. Well, a few of the crates are out. I might start dabbling with the black liquid.
Just to see what you can see.
If I don't have time, so okay. Maybe I should message you this.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll go back to Smasher here for a sec. Smasher, when you climb into the bag, standing in what looks like a pool of light is an individual who's just looking frustrated at the moment. He just kind of looks like he doesn't want to be here specifically, but when he sees you, he kind of gives you a wave, then looks back at you and says, "Did your little artificer friend make this?"
I do not believe that Callus manufactured this bag.
Okay, because it is a little more organized, I guess. There's literally nothing in this bag right now, except for the bullets all over the place. So organized would not be something you would say. He then goes, well, whatever, and then walks into a hole that closes up behind him.
That was odd.
How many bullets?
Yeah, how many bullets? How long does this take me? Because it's gonna be me gathering them and then literally going.
Yeah, it's gonna take you a while.
Okay.
There's a very large number of bullets in that bag now. It was a crate, a hefty sized crate, full of bullets, loosey goosey styles shoved in there. So, a couple thousand possibly.
Oh yes, boys.
So I go in and I start doing that. I guess I don't know how I'm gonna let you guys know when I'm done, but
Callus, yeah, you wouldn't have time to start setting up your. I mean, you could start setting up your alchemy kit right here. There's no saying what you guys are going to do next. Mixie Nix did head down the stairs, which we'll get to her here in a moment. But other than that, it's not like you guys are being forced to go anywhere. It does not smell good. And by not smell good, I mean make for me a Constitution saving throw before you quite get that to your lips.
Okay.
Yuck.
Con saving throw.
Yeah, this should be pretty easy for you, I think.
Oh, con is proficient. Hey, that would be a 26.
Yeah, no.
No,
It
26.
doesn't-
23. I'm sorry.
It doesn't smell at all good. And you know that if you drink it, while you could probably survive whatever's in this contents, most other people would die.
I am super tempted right now.
How much does Callus know about different types of slime, by the way?
Oh no.
Very limited amounts.
Oh no.
Okay.
Probably
Continue.
just what he could encounter.
Yuck.
I'm gonna touch it.
Your finger starts to tingle.
I shouldn't drink that. What about the red liquid?
Thank you. Oh, what was the red liquid from again? Remind me.
Oh, the gray and the green. I'm gonna repeat this process, and if one of them is good enough to drink, I drink it. But we can hop to someone else.
Oh, right, the gray and the green, right. The other two liquids. Yeah, we'll get back to those in a second. Mixie Nix, you head down the stairs through that weird hallway that looks like you're looking up, except you're looking down when you first walk into it almost. It's not quite looking down, but you feel like you're looking down.
Mixie's gonna make a slight detour.
Oh,
she
dear.
can't control herself.
No.
She needs to know.
Oh, no.
There was a door she was not allowed to open.
Oh, yeah.
And she wants to. She doesn't want to go in, but she does want to open it and figure out what made Deshae go nope.
I'm gonna need to remember what door that was now.
That was the one where I just sensed a big old nope, so I closed the door. I
It
could
was
like
just-
feel it.
There was just a whole lot of empty space when you looked into it, wasn't it?
It was very,
didn't even
very
look in.
dark.
I didn't even get a
right,
chance to look,
yeah.
and I literally opened it and was like, nope.
All right, yeah, no, go ahead and go to that door.
Yep.
I opened it and it was like fucking tentacles out through the crack. And I was
yeah,
like,
that's right.
yeah.
it was reminiscent of the old one temporarily.
Yes.
Oh no.
So definitely opening the door. Which was a left turn, obviously.
All right, so when you open the door, or actually when you start to open the door, the first thing you notice is you get a very foreboding feeling, almost like you shouldn't do this. And as the door starts to creak open, little black, like Deshane just said, little black tentacles start to peek through and just curl around the door and the frame and everything.
What kind of roll can I do to kind of figure out what's going on?
Let me see what you have. You don't have that one normally. You could still do it. Religion.
It is an old
Okay.
one.
Okay. Religion plus 4. 19.
19? Alright, yeah. This creature, whatever it is ancient. It's old. And when it gets followers, it eats them. But you're not quite sure how you know that. Maybe just passing knowledge from the tower?
Is odds do it or don't do it?
Do it.
So odds are do it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a 6. Okay. So I'm not going to cast message at it. Befriend a scary eldritch thing. It could be helpful.
True.
It would be something she would do.
True. So what is she doing?
If you befriend it, make sure you get samples.
She's going to cast light to get a better look on the situation.
You're swinging the door all the way open?
No. Still peeking through, just casting like light on the inner doorknob.
Okay, I see. So when
It's
the light...
reflecting into the room.
Alright, perfect. So when the light starts up on that doorknob, all these tentacles, you see they're not actually physical. They're like shadows almost. They seem physical at times, but they are really just like shadows. And then they kind of pull away from the light. Not like the light hurts them, simply that the light cuts through them. The other side, you see stone flooring, but then where the edge of the light would be, you don't see anything further. It's just inky blackness.
Okay, she has to. Did I just hurt you? As she casts message at it.
So the response
We lose our cleric.
the response you get back is vast. You feel your consciousness almost want to get pulled from your body. Make for me well, you are pretty good at wisdom, so wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Sure.
Would this be like a magical effect or no?
Yeah, this is no, this is not magical. No, it's
Okay.
it's not magical.
Woo! 19 plus 7.
Okay, good.
26.
Good. That was a very difficult save. You feel like your consciousness is almost like it's going to get pulled from your body, but then you center yourself. And,
Lyra is my hope and like salvation. This thing cannot touch me.
and after you manage to center yourself, the response you get back is light doesn't hurt. It simply makes me stronger.
Are you trapped in this room?
No.
Do you have a name?
When you look into the shadows, do they have a name?
Sometimes.
Then whatever name they have is the same one I have.
I'm gonna call you Pip.
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 Very well. And do you have a name?
How rude of me! I am Mixie Nix Dazzawizzle Shimmerpop, the first of her name.
The first of your name.
Yep.
Well,
Gave it to me myself.
it is nice of you to open the door. It is kind of you to introduce yourself. And it is shocking that you didn't lose your mind. And then suddenly the room empties of all the shadow. And as the shadow's starting to seep away, you just get one last little bit back. I lied, I was trapped in there.
I figured I was gonna let you out anyways. I like making friends. Can we call this a you owe me one? Because you did try to get me. I felt it. And I let you out, so you owe me one.
You don't get a response back, but it doesn't come back either, so maybe.
So we just unleashed horrors onto the world that they had not seen before. Perfect. Cool.
Nigh
cool,
unseen.
Cool.
Yep.
I hadn't seen. Deshane was supposed to let that one out, but Mixinix letting it out is just good enough, so.
She needed to know, and she thinks she kind of has a friend. She's convinced. She's convinced it's gonna pay her back. Like, she did hit a solid. Because she really could have done a couple more things the minute it started to move out. But she didn't. Because she wants that solid. And she kind of hopes it makes Wallace's life that much more difficult.
All right, so now that you're done with that room,
We're down to the kitchen.
all right, as you pass the painting that's at the top of the first landing, you see
The family member?
Yeah, with the family member. You see, I think his name was Wilfred. You see Wilfred, he's moving, and it almost looks like he is laughing his butt off. He looks so amused right now.
Please tell me I contributed to that.
Oh, my dear Mixinix, you are the sole reason for this. You and your friends. Oh, I didn't even see it coming. I didn't at all. And yet, this is the best thing ever. I'm not gonna lie, I love to see it. Love to see it. I don't like any of what came from my loins, because nothing after me was really at all pleasant. So, yeah, I love to see Wallace simply suffering. It's just, it's music to my ears. Music to my ears.
I hate to say this, but I'm kind of there with you. And I
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
really bad about it.
Don't. You want to know how many people killed building his towers?
You're a very knowledgeable painting person. Did you see what just happened by any chance?
The shadow that walked by?
Yeah! Do you know what that was?
No, I have no idea.
Cool.
It also didn't seem to reverberate the same kind of magic that I remember using in the past. But I'm a painting. I can't really see all that much.
That's fair. I have a above table question. You said it felt like something I shouldn't do, but is it something it shouldn't do as a warning from like something Wallace put up? Like Wallace was like, "Let's make this door foreboding to everybody."
It didn't feel like any kind of magic was making you feel that.
What kind of roll can I make to figure out what was giving me that vibe?
The religion roll you rolled earlier?
27?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll do another religion check real quick.
See if you can think of anything else that might cause foreboding like that.
30-20?
Dirty 20?
That plus 7's pretty.
In some of your studies, you have read about ancient beings that were called Old Ones or Old Gods that could cause such foreboding with simply just being present.
But as a player, I am no longer concerned. I just made friends with a god! I'm not its follower, so it's not going to eat me, but that's cool. It owes me one. I made a god owe me one.
I was joking, by the way.
You're joking.
I was joking. It didn't have to. You didn't have to. I'm just doing. We don't have to talk about it. It's fine.
Hey, just because you can see what I'm writing. Anyway, kitchen.
Kitchen! Wine time.
Yeah, you get into the kitchen and it's pretty active right now. There's a bunch of cob everywhere. They're not hiding anymore. They're cooking. It smells good.
Excuse me.
One of them turns around and waddles over to you.
I need, first of all,
Waddle,
some
waddle.
whiskey. Please?
Uh, one of the alcohol cabinets in the far back near where you originally got the wine.
I've
Suddenly,
never been in the kitchen.
oh, that's right, you haven't. Where there's a part in the back where there's some wine racks and some alcohol cabinets and whatnot, and one of those cabinets swings open, and another cob wobbles over to it, grabs a bottle of this amber-like liquid. No writing on it whatsoever, just a bottle of this liquid, and it's pretty big bottle. Turns around and waddles over to you and stands next to the one currently standing in front of you, and then offers it to you.
Thank you. Puts it in my normal bag.
Once you take it from it, it turns around and walks away, but the other one's still there.
I also need 8 small eggs, 6 medium eggs, and 12 large eggs, please.
Pretty much a very similar thing happens, except with a different portion of the kitchen. Cabinets open up. One of them, Cobbs, walks over, grabs what you asked for, and you notice something interesting about the large eggs. They're different from the rest of the eggs. You could tell the rest of the eggs are definitely bird eggs, but you're not so sure that the large eggs are bird eggs.
What are they handing it to me in? Are they just, is it a basket? Like,
Well, the small eggs are in a box.
Mhm.
The medium-sized eggs are in something of a basket. The large eggs are each handed to you individually by the same cob.
puts the big eggs in her normal bag. Puts the box of the small eggs on top of the basket. She grabs her brand new bag of holding. I need as much wine as possible in this bag.
The first cob
Preferably like a sweet white, but I'm not too picky.
the first cob looks down at your bag. Hands form from the pseudopod appendages, and turns around and it walks back, grabbing your bag. Turns around, walks back to the alcohol section, and offers the bag up to the cabinet or the wine rack, and you just see the wine rack start spitting bottles of wine into your bag of holding.
Oh, just bottles? Okay, I thought
Yeah,
it was gonna
just
be
bottles.
loose. I thought it was gonna be loose wine.
Just bottles of wine, bottle after bottle.
Because I was gonna say that's roughly 479 gallons of loose wine and 64 cubic feet.
Hilarious.
Just
So yeah, now
turning it into a bath of wine for that whatever it is living in the bags of holding, or
Yeah, opens it up
alternatively a
and drowns
wineskin.
drowns in wine.
Is there a weight limit on bag of holding, or it's just size? I can't remember.
It's size.
There is
Purely just
there
size,
is a
right?
weight limit.
There's a weight
There
limit
is
too.
a weight limit. It
Oh,
says
oh.
Well, because
500 pounds.
so here's the thing. Water is 8.33 pounds per gallon, right? So
All right, let's go 479 gallons.
Why are we
in
calculating
pounds.
this?
Anyway, continue.
I was just pointing things out. It's okay. We can move on.
yeah, you're it's gonna be spitting bottles of wine into your bag for a hot second. So let's go back to the other party here for a quick
It's
minute.
also going to ask for supplies to make better food that will keep, but that she can turn into something better while they're traveling.
Yeah.
She
Um,
cooked and
just
felt really
reminded you.
bad that it was just what it was.
What
It
about
was
a spice
good, but it
bag?
wasn't what it was.
Just saying.
Yeah, they'll start putting together a nice supply of that kind of stuff, like herbs that are dried and a whole bunch of other foods that can be easily kept that you can mix with what you're cooking to make it taste better. And then we'll slide up over to the other party again. Yeah.
Do you have a bag of cooling?
a bag of cooling.
You have a bag of holding. Do you have a bag of cooling?
The cob tilts his head and then looks over at that textile section again. You see it start actively moving, and then it picks up one of its signs, flips it around, and you see on the back of the sign, size.
I don't know. 50 gallons?
It puts it down, and then it starts to wait.
Do you have a portable hull?
It looks at your bag of holding, then it looks at you.
There's
And
a
it kind
difference
of-
between the two. Portable hull you can fold on itself and carry in your pocket, non-detectable. Bag of holding you gotta wear around your belt.
It does continue to seem like it's confused by your question, but it looks over at the textile section again, and you see more movement.
That one smells funny.
Are you smelling the
Green one.
oh, yeah, it kind of smells like acid. You know what acid smells like.
Oh, yeah. Should not
Mhm.
drink that.
Yeah, that one kind of smells like acid. There is a tinge of something else, but it's definitely acidic.
Cuckoo. Cuckoo.
After about 5 minutes, some of Cobb comes over with the another bag. This one, it's been done in a white cloth with some blue accents added to it, kind of trying to get a little fancy. And it hands it to you and waddles off.
Sweet.
And make an Arcana check on it.
Okie dokie. Oh, well, that's an 8, but plus 9, so 17.
Yeah, it's definitely what you asked for. In fact, while you're holding it, you get the feeling you know how to increase the temperature or decrease the temperature inside the bag.
Oh, cool. A bag of temperature change. BTC. Cool.
BTC.
I've got my bag of holding open and I'm staring down at Smasher as he does this, just smoking my cigarette and blowing into the bag. Like, but just idly, like I don't realize I'm doing it. I'm just like watching him, waiting.
Smasher's sitting there. Each bullet intricately being placed. The one thing you notice, Smasher, is as you place each bullet, it's like you're putting it on a solid, like, plane, but the bullet seems to float there.
We continue.
Yeah. All right, back to Mixie Nix. Unless Callus wants to sniff the other one.
He does.
All right, this one.
Sniff that other one.
This one has a very strange meaty smell to it, almost like you're smelling a broth, but not a tasty smelling broth. Like one that's been sitting out for decades, but hasn't evaporated.
I touch it.
Dipping your finger in it, your finger begins to tingle a little bit.
Shouldn't drink that one either. Wow. I should get the wizard to drink these. Hey, Deshane, you ready?
Mm-hmm. I say, as I drag again, and then I look down at Smasher and say, "You can stop now."
Walk over, look in. Oh, he's good in there. He can survive.
Okay. And I tie it open and I throw it over my shoulder.
I wasn't done yet.
No, Smasher, when he ties it up there, it's like the hole disappears and all the light goes away, but then moments later, light just returns. You can see.
Just right back to placing bullets. Oh goodness.
You have what, like 1,870 to go?
Yeah, something like that.
1,876 to go.
Just a ding, ding. All right, where are you guys going?
To the kitchen?
To the kitchen.
Because I believe she said she was going to the kitchen. So we're going
Did you
down
leave
there.
that door open, by the way? No? Okay, good.
I've never even
The
fully
door to
opened
the
it
back
a
space?
whole lot,
No,
but it's shadows,
was only,
so
like,
like
that much open, so.
yeah.
Perfect.
It's closed now. It is definitely closed.
Perfect. Mixinix, when they finish filling that bag of holding with wine bottles,
99 bottles of wine on the wall.
99 bottles of wine. Take one out. Uncork the
Pass it
bottle.
around.
Drink
Keep
it
it to
all
myself.
down. And don't give anyone else.
it's all mine.
They're got away from us.
All of this bottles is mine in the bag. All of this
All of
bottle is wine. I've had too many. Oof, done no. Clomp, flomp, shatter the glass. Anyway.
Yeah. New song, everybody. Single comes out next year. Be sure to make sure you
We gotta perfect it
subscribe and
first.
like. No, just kidding. Anyway.
Well, I mean,
Kinda
yeah,
like
support
remarkable.
us. There's going to be a live soundtrack for this entire season. Just saying.
Exactly. All the songs that we make. I need to play bard.
Oh dear.
I have, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever played a bard.
Neither have I.
2.
I have. Anyway, so yeah, the cob turns around and hands you back your bag, and stands there at attention. And after a moment, that the other care package you asked for is also delivered to you.
Thank you
By
guys
multiple.
so much.
They all give an extravagant bow.
She bows back with all 3 bags and basket. Just
And
doesn't
they
even
walk
seem to
with you
phase
down.
her. And I walk back out to the painting.
While we're going down the hallway where you were walking down, I'm going to stop and go,
Oh, shoot, there's one more thing I need. I'll meet you guys down by the painting.
and I'll turn around and scurry back up to the main factory room.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna continue down.
Yeah, all right. You pass through that hallway, Deshane.
Mhm.
That this time instead of feeling like you're looking up, you feel like you're looking down. And then you pass by the doors, and yeah, down to the painting. As you're approaching the painting, Mixinix is coming out of the kitchen.
As she's walking out, she's messaging this painting. Shh.
Okay. I'm gonna ask. So how'd
I
it
got
go?
your whiskey. I hope it's good. I don't know anything about whiskey.
I grab the bottle and I look at it.
It looks
Seems
like whiskey.
fancy.
Yeah,
Looks
it
like whiskey.
It looks like whiskey.
I'm gonna crack it open and give it a
What shelf is
sniff.
it?
It smells like top shelf whiskey.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
like
gonna
up
screw the
there.
cap back on and say thank you indeed. Put it along with my stuff.
Wait, where's Smasher and the kid?
Smasher's in the bag. The kid's back upstairs.
If you were to look in the bag right now, by the way, I have malfunctioned a little bit, and I stopped making a square. I am now making pixel art in the shape of Deshane's head, like a bust.
Well, I need to go get my gloves and my shield real quick, so I'll be right back as well.
Okay.
Okay, this might get a little tricksy.
Before you go, I'm gonna say, are we leaving, or are we continuing to stay here? What's the plan?
Go down.
I kind of want to know what goes down. What happens in the down? I'm very curious. Very, 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 very curious. Please don't deny this.
Sure, I say. Yeah, I stand there by the painting and wait.
So, before she comes up, when I turn around that corner, I'm just going to stand there for a second, not actually go back to the room, and go 1, 2, 3, count to 10, and then go to the door that Deshane told us not to open it.
Oh, all right, yeah. So when you open that door,
I had the same idea. You just. Yes, please.
yeah. So when you open that door, you look into a completely barren stone room, which in the very center of is what looks like a what do you call it? Days? No. It holds objects on it. It's like a column that's half column, and then you put objects on top of it.
A dais.
Dais.
A dais.
Dais.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So when you look into the room, you see this right in the center of the room, and in the very center of this dais is a amulet, completely black.
I will. Can I do an Arcana check on it?
Absolutely.
All right. This die needs to be reforged. Let's see. Yeah, it's 15. I have good Arcana, guys. I promise.
All right. So 15. Let's see. Yes. Okay. So while you're looking at this, investigating it with your Arcana and everything, you don't really feel anything magical coming off of this, and you don't recognize anything about it at all. But there is an almost distinct bullet shape to it. And you've been looking at bullets a lot lately, so you recognize that right off the bat.
I'm gonna take it.
All right.
Just
You
bare
pick
hands, grab.
Make for me a will save, Callus. Or sorry, wisdom save.
Will save.
Your 3-5 is showing.
Mother, blueberry biscuits. 8.
8.
Oh.
Right.
Rough.
So yeah. The moment your hand touches the amulet, you find yourself floating in a vast expanse of nothingness. And all around you, it doesn't feel empty. And you can almost barely start to hear the whispers of individuals talking amongst themselves. And then you get that feeling you've not felt for a while, that feeling that you would feel when they would put you on a table. Mixinix, as you approach this corridor that the door's in, you see it is wide open.
She's bolting in. Almost started to drop the eggs, remembered, grabbed the basket again, and just runs in.
the moment you get in there, you see Callus standing before a dais that you had not seen before.
And then actually look inside.
And he's reached out and grabbed hold of something, but he isn't moving himself. You can just see his back.
Can I move where I'm at or say anything?
Where you're at currently, yeah,
Yeah.
you feel yourself move around. This is where it gets different from what you've previously experienced. In the past, you wouldn't have been able to move when you were on the table. Now, you can see your hands in front of you. You can move around. You have a voice to talk with, but nothing's responding, and you can't quite fully hear yourself. You sound muffled to yourself.
She's gonna run in front of him.
His eyes are completely black, and he is holding a black amulet shaped familiarly for you.
Callus has got a pulp.
Going to message the kid. Kid, I've got you. Don't panic.
You hear that, Callus, perfectly.
I've got you.
Right.
And I am going, because I know this kid can't beat me to a post strength check, especially if he's not there in his mind. I'm going to grab this amulet and pull it from him.
I need you to also make a wisdom saving throw.
It's a magic effect, though. Yeah?
Yes, actually, this is a magic effect.
Cool. Advantage!
You have advantage.
1. Thank God for advantage.
1.
1. And the other one was an 18 plus 7, 25.
25. Nice. Very good. Callus, you get pulled right back into your body immediately.
Sure.
And Mixinix, you feel something reverberate in the amulet, and then everything, the amulet itself goes cold. But you're still there.
Pulling out my used to be bag of holding and saying, "In here. Don't touch it with your bare hands. It's really bad to touch with your bare hands.
I've already got it. See, I pulled it out of your hands. I'm fine.
I will give you the bag. Don't leave it in your hands. Whatever that is has a great mind effect. Yes, you're strong-willed, and yes, you have a great mind. But no, the likelihood is in the long run you're going to lose that fight. So if you're going to carry it, if you're going to have this on you, carry it in a bag."
She wants to take a wild guess. Is it familiar to me as a player as well, or is this only a Mixie thing?
It would only be because you've been hanging around Deshane.
Okay.
Looks like a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
She puts it in the bag and asks for the bag.
I'll give you the bag.
I'm gonna hold on to that.
It's like, I don't want to hold on to it. I don't have a mind like yours. It's not that sound yet.
It's okay. I guarantee you know more things than I do.
Yeah, it's probably true. I mean, you're really smart.
In different ways.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Did you see anything where you were? You didn't really. All you gave me wasn't okay, so I don't know what was going on, but.
It was just another black room. Like the one at the base of the tower, but more uncomfortable.
Okay, how about I touch things first?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Next
Because if
time.
something does happen to me, I trust you to be smart enough to figure out how to fix me.
Okay. I'll just accompany you to place, and at some point, just Callus reaches over and grabs his Mixie's hand and start walking around while curiously looking.
Yep, she's got it. Just.
Also still holding the basket and all the other stuff.
Yeah. Here's your small and medium eggs. I'll give you your large eggs later.
Oh. Okay.
Except for you might want to take the large eggs now, because they should probably go in a bag of holding.
I have a bag of cooling.
If you think that's okay for the eggs.
I have no idea. I'll have to figure that out.
And she just pulls one out to show you.
How big are they?
They're about the size of, well, you're a gnome, so they're almost the size of Mixinix's head.
Whoa.
Yeah, bag of
They're
cooling.
definitely they're not bird eggs either.
I don't know what these eggs are, but they are cool. Literally, bag
Figured
of
you wouldn't be
cooling.
upset, but I wasn't sure if they were too large or not.
No, they'll do
But
great. I just need them for their embryos so I can actually do some enzyme studies. I need to
cool.
see how the vials of liquids react to the particular. Go into a very scientific description of what he's going to do with
I'm
the
gonna
eggs.
do just a straight up like intelligence check to see if I can keep up with any of it.
Okay.
It's a +2. Nat 20.
Nice.
No.
Surprisingly, you're learning a lot of new stuff, but you follow along everything he explains perfectly.
I'm
Yeah.
asking all those right questions
You
and
know what a
like
mitochondria is?
Yeah, Maxiness just had a science lesson on her.
well,
her
I have
walk.
a 7 in my medicine, so I have
Yeah.
some biology knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what you need to know. She's so smart. The triple.
Yes.
She's so smart.
Professor Callus has shown up.
Hello, I am 8 years old and I am your professor.
And I'm some age and I'm your student.
Nixie Nixon, I'm your student, and I'm definitely older than you. All right, so yeah, you guys get back to the workshop. Your shield is handed to you, Mixie Nix, and when it's handed to you, the cob that hands it to you does a little demonstration where it makes it bigger, it makes it smaller, it makes it bigger, and then it makes it smaller again, and then it hands it to you, and it's kind of buckler size when it hands it back to you, but it is your shield,
It tries to make it smaller.
and you can make it quite small.
Perfect. And
you
then
can
she tries
check-
to make it bigger.
And you can get it so big that you wouldn't be able to carry it.
That's so
I want it
cool.
like max bigness. Max carryable bigness. That's what.
Okay, Max, I was gonna say Max bigness.
Or she's
they
like
would
holding it
stop
up
you.
like this, and it's like dragging on the ground still, like by her feet.
I mean, it is something like that. You because you can carry a lot. So
Well,
it's,
the idea I'm having is like if we're in a group together, I turn my shield sideways and it goes big that way, and it can cover us in the front.
yeah, you can get it big enough that you could easily fit at least 2 other people behind you, and if someone stands behind all 3 of you or behind the shield, then someone
Cool.
could stand behind all 3 of you.
Cool. Excellent.
What?
And you also get the strong feeling that you could make it bigger, but it might not be carryable at that point.
While she's doing this, I'm going to walk over to the shield and be like,
Can I make one small adjustment?
Absolutely.
pull out my tools and just inscribe a mark into the back of it in a language she wouldn't know. It kind of flares, and you now have +1 to your armor. I've infused your shield.
Scrub.
Nice. Free inscribement from the artificer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Enhance
grab some
defense.
water real quick. I'll be
All right,
right
cool.
Go for it.
But if he leaves, what am I gonna do in the bag?
Continue with the bullets.
Oh no, so I assume I finished at this point, and I kind of like looked around and I can't get out. There's nothing really else here. So with no other option, I go back into. I'm basically doing I'm doing a short rest right now.
No, perfect. Yeah.
I'm literally
actually,
just sitting there with my like knees to chest, like I would normally be waiting for Callus, and I'm just sitting there next to my little art piece of Deshane's face, and bullets.
nice. Perfect. Perfect.
That's amazing.
All right. And then Mixie, from the other side of the room, a cob comes up, and it's got 2 like long strips of cloth, which it then demonstrates how to wrap your hands properly with them. and then hands it over to you.
Okay, cool. So I kind of imagine them like when they first put on, they look like normal wraps, but she channels a little bit of her magic into them, and they glow this like electric pink, like cotton candy blue.
Hmm.
That is the color of her magic.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I like this. I'm cool with this.
What made you turn not assassin?
Uh, mm, digs into her bag, grabs a bottle of wine.
Is that kind of question? Dig into my bag, grab a bottle of wine.
You know, you shouldn't do that this young. Just say.
Well, to be fair, I don't actually really know how old I am.
You know what? That's fair. Me either.
I could be 32 for all I know.
The priest guessed I was maybe 6 when they found me.
And do you have a number 2?
No. I didn't have anything.
Oh. Well,
I named myself, actually.
that's why you're the first of your name then.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What the priest tried to help get me with a family or two, and the gnomes are very prideful with their names, and they didn't want to share them. But like, if you follow a gnome family back, you'll have like family names passed down through generations. So I am the start of mine.
I don't have a last name.
Want Shimmerpop? Dazzle-Whizzle?
I can be a shimmer pop?
You can be a Shimmerpop. I have no problem with you being. You are family.
Then I am.
I've mommed you enough. I've been overprotective enough. You're family.
Then I guess that makes me Callus Will Shimmerpop. Second of the name.
Yay! Mixie is like happy tears crying and trying really hard not to like completely sob because she has been drinking. She has been drinking wine, and this is huge for her.
She's got family.
Do we have seasoning? Like for food?
Yes, I got a whole bunch of stuff, so when I cook food, it won't be so bland. Do you need more?
Well, I was just thinking there's like
Shows
this.
the big pack they gave me.
That'll
It's
last.
huge.
That'll last a long time.
Yeah.
But if we had like a pouch that had seasoning inside of it that regenerated on a regular basis, then we would never have to do that.
Well, I didn't think they could do that because they couldn't do that with the wine.
That's actually fair. They couldn't? That's so sad. I can.
No.
Should we go down?
Let's go back down.
Let's go down.
Go down.
Oh, I'm about to get
They come down hand in hand. Mixie's got a little bit more of a kick to her step.
Well, after taking another sip of the wine, just be like, you didn't ask my question, by the way. We'll hold it for later.
That's a 10 on my con.
Mixie Nix is a bit tipsy.
Yep. It makes sense.
Yep.
Yep, she touched up on stuff and yep.
Yep. Bit tipsy. Yeah, so Callus. I'm being mom all day, aren't I? Deshane.
Mm-hmm.
You see, after standing there waiting for them for a while, by the way, you've seen the painting, and if you watch him at all, you notice that there are many moments where he will stand there like he's supposed to, completely still, but then he will just lose it and just break down laughing hysterically. And he'll put the book down, he'll compose himself, he'll pick it back up, and he'll go back to standing there, and then he'll just calmly stand there. And then it repeats over and over and over again.
I do nothing about that. Doesn't concern me.
You gonna do anything else while they galvant up?
No.
No. Perfect. Then while you are waiting, you will see the two of them start coming down. Are you still holding the bottle, Callus?
Yep.
Yep. Callus is currently holding a bottle of wine that he's drinking from, and as is Mixie Nix, and she looks a bit tipsy.
She's a little rosy, but she is happy. What
Okay.
did they get me good white wine? Did I get like
Oh,
some
yeah.
good ass Moscow? Yes.
Actually, you'll find every type of wine in your bag known to existence.
And you see the kitchen has bacon grease.
Bacon grease.
I'm gonna sit down on the steps, and I'm
that's-
gonna lean against the steps and pull my hat down. And I'm gonna open up the bag of holding. That way, Smasher can leave if he needs to.
Smasher
Take
suddenly
a
light.
short rest.
Suddenly light shows up from above
Does
you.
bacon grease keep?
I have a
Yeah.
bag of
Yes,
cooling.
actually. Yeah.
Because if
you
it does,
keep
then it's probably in my pack already. Because I said anything that'll keep.
Oh.
Well,
Oh,
well,
then
that
never
was-
mind.
yeah, actually.
That was my wording.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Spin on heels and start walking towards the stairs.
Yeah.
To go
Can I
down.
just climb out?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The moment you reach up to try and grab out that whole way up there that you feel like is out of existence, it comes down to you.
Okay. Okay. So
That's cool.
I'll climb out of the bag, kind of look back down at the artwork one more time. Look at Shane just with the hat down. Just kind of leave that
Quickly-
as it is.
Roll
Mhm.
for me a performance check to see how good it is.
I've never wanted a higher roll in my life.
That's not hot. That's not a very high number.
That's a 6 on the die for a 7.
Ooh.
No. Yeah, I mean, to your unartistically trained eyes, it does look really good, and you are a robot, per se. So it's not terrible, even with that low overall, but it doesn't really look like Shane. It kind of looks like a cowboy.
It looks like pixel art of McCree from Overwatch.
There you go. Pixel McCree art.
Cassidy, excuse me.
All right. Alice has
Going
turned to the
downstairs.
door that goes down.
Going downstairs. The whole time, very excitedly chirping, "We went up, so we can go down now."
I lean up from where I was resting, put my hat back on, grab my bag,
Do you look in?
sling it over my shoulder.
No.
I don't know what character you're doing this for, but it's definitely not for this character.
I love it.
Honestly, it's for me. That's not the point.
It's for the player. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and I'm going to follow. Sorry for the yawn. Oof.
Yeah.
These late night streams, folks, really take it out of the old man.
It's not even 8 o'clock.
I'm tired.
I'll put all of my things back on, and if start searching around for Callus, would I have seen him leave the door,
easily.
leave the room?
Yeah,
Okay,
well, I mean,
so-
you're in the foyer, I guess is what it's called, but it's the opening area, and
Very
he's
excitedly.
marching and chirping towards the other door that he originally went through, then decided couldn't go down there, and came back.
Okay, so I will get all of my things set back up and walk up to Callus, and then just kind of look down at him, and then immediately just drop down right next to him, like turn the bag and drop down right next to him.
Oh, cool. Climbing right up. My feet were getting tired.
He was so excited, all the walking.
So much walking, such a big day for Callus.
Would you mind holding this, Smasher? Holds up this really big bag of cooking supplies.
It's a basket full.
I've got two bags. Very, very,
She's carrying a lot of stuff right now.
yeah.
I'll take those things to her and kind of look at the things and look at my bag of holding.
I think it could fit on the hook. I'm not using it right now. Take this stuff, pull up. Oh my gosh! Ugh.
I assist. He's lifting it, but I'm actually still supporting most of the weight.
So put the hook down and like. Nifty.
Because we reformed it, right? You actually have a small platform now, so we just have a hook that just hangs out underneath your platform now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Your saddle.
Small little saddle. I'm still working on the springiness of it.
Fair enough.
There's something about this universe, Vaughn, that makes big people make saddles of themselves for their small players.
It's true. We'll wait for Deshane to get back quickly before we actually open the door and go down.
Okay, I want to take this moment. My sound blipped out when you were saying, did you have a middle name?
Will, what Smasher and I, and Callus both had a conversation about always needing
When there's
a way.
a will, there's a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way, and we concluded there is no will, so we didn't have a way. So I gave myself the name Will, so we would always have a way.
That's right.
They took that saying literally.
The fun thing is, like, Callus is genuinely like the name Callus was given to him.
Uh-huh.
So all of these names are just additions of his
good.
life. So it's
That's kind
it's
of
so cool. It's so nice.
That looks good.
No, we just need to get you one from Deshane.
Yeah, yeah.
What now?
Nothing.
You
it's
need to
fine.
give Callus a name. All right.
Where to,
Kid.
Callus?
Downstairs.
Yep. All right. You open the door, and there's that flight of stairs you'd originally seen, leading down, and leads down to darkness.
We can
I'll
go.
lead the way.
Hold tight.
Pulls out the shield. Is a little wobbly. Casts light on her shield.
I was right as you're doing that. I'm tapping, and I'm turning into a dim light. 5 feet, dim 5 feet, and then light. And oh no, yours works better.
What are
I
you
pull out a
tapping?
gun.
What'd you tap to make shine?
Her shield. But now that now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna tap you and make you shine.
Okay, that's what I thought you were doing.
I'm pretty sure that's
That's
like a
right, too.
disadvantage on stealth, though.
He's already at disadvantage. He's
Oh,
he's
I'm like
armor.
-3 on advantage. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'm at disadvantage for stealth, so.
You guys aren't stealthing anywhere anytime soon. What can we say?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. This is not a stealthy group.
Oh,
Not
what's
at all.
new?
That is new. All right, so yeah, you're going down the stairs. It casts light for the most part, though. As you go down, the darkness gets a little more foreboding, almost. Not the same kind of foreboding that you did with the door when you opened it. It's kind of, yeah. It's more like when you sit down in an abandoned building in complete darkness. That's the feeling you get.
Mixie's not okay. This hits Mixie.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant for sure.
She is gone silent and
Marching down.
Tring, 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 tring,
I
tring,
think
tring.
she kind of like pulls back to stand next to Deshane to make sure she can quickly cover him, but
Also, is there someone there?
She's not okay.
Who's leading? Is it me and Callus?
No,
I
it's
guess.
me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Deshane and Mixinix now.
So we're bringing up the rear. Okay.
Yeah. Also, Deshane, you do notice this uncomfortableness coming from Mixinix.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Callus, how are you feeling? Pretty sure both Deshane and Smasher are kind of like, whatever.
Well,
Whatever. You're used to it.
This is
You grew up with this.
pretty much, yeah. Close confined spaces, darkness, uncomfortable situations. Chaos is okay.
Yeah, the biggest difference here is you actually have company and you know it.
Yes.
Yep.
Some
It's
form
not
of
just
control.
the voice speaking in my head.
As you all walk, I need all of you to make perception rolls.
Cool. I will also say, like, while we're getting into it, like, hey,
How
Mixie,
How much light ahead of me is the light giving me?
Look at the spell. Go ahead.
I forgot I have 60 foot of dark vision.
Yeah, go ahead and say what you're saying, Callus. I'll look up the spell quickly.
Hey, Mixie, can I see the bag? Not gonna touch it. I just want to identify.
Maybe when we're not surrounded by darkness.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Okay.
And the spell was light, right?
Yes. It's a 20-foot radius.
Oh yeah, 20 feet. All right, yeah, you can see out. The light reaches out to.
And 20 dim, so
Yeah.
I can still see beyond the light because of my dark vision.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can see. What is that? 40. You can see another 20 feet out. So 60 feet total for you. So yeah.
Passive. 16.
Passive. 16.
24. I rolled a 19.
Nice.
All right, yeah. 10.
10. Smasher.
I rolled a but it's a hardy. Remember that it's hardy. It's a very hefty, weighty 9. You know, it has weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Almost got to double digits. Almost got to double digits.
Hey, one day.
It's
one
got a
day.
density.
There's only one less than Callus.
True.
All right, so this will be Mixinix first. Then we'll do Deshane. Then we'll do Callus, and then we'll do Smasher. One at a time. As far as what everyone else will be seeing here is nothing changes for you until I start talking to you.
Okay.
So Mixinix. First thing you notice, you're no longer walking downstairs. Deshane's not next to you. You don't have your shield. You're not wearing your armor. In fact, you are standing in front of your old commander, and he is smiling warmly down at you. He looks very pleased and happy to see you.
Alice?
The moment you yell that, the sound seems to cause everything to reverberate and kind of fade away suddenly. And instead of your commander standing in front of you, you're now looking at a field. And it's a snow-covered field. And in this field, there are a bunch of different people fighting. And a big red dragon. When you take a closer look at the people fighting, they're humanoid. They have kind of pale greenish yellow skin, and all of them look very much alike. Like they're the same race fighting each other, essentially. But the ones on the dragon's side of the battle, they all look much more vicious, much angrier. And the other ones all look more like they're only doing this because they know they have to.
Okay, just to ease my worries, so they don't look like the rest of the murmurs.
No, they don't look
Okay.
anything like the murmurs. In fact, your commander, right at the beginning, was the only murmur you saw.
Yeah, I was. Is Commander dead?
Did you say
Did they
that?
go on a mission? Did they die? Those are her thought processes. She's like, I was their freaking healer, and I'm not there. But what the hell is going on down here? So I'm above it,
Yeah,
looking
you're
down,
you're on like a cliff face, and when you take a slightly closer look, you notice that the field has a city in it, and it's actually a big field. You're looking down at a city that's been trampled on by this fight.
Can I do like a history roll to see if I recall any major fights?
Yeah.
With dragons in the history?
Mm-hmm.
History's +4? No, that's a 9.
9?
9
No,
total.
you don't recognize this at all. And the other thing that seems very interesting and odd is there's only one dragon.
She wants to message the dragon.
Right, the moment you cast the spell, that same thing that happened when you yelled Callus happens
Had a feeling.
again. And you come back to walking down the stairs, which is where we now shift over to Deshane. Deshane.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just make sure I get the right thing here. As you are walking down, you find yourself suddenly no longer walking down the stairs, but walking across a field of grass. And in front of you is exactly what you'd been seeking this whole time. A massive black tower with a field of roses around it. But, unfortunately, in front of you, you see a man wearing completely red. He looks kingly. And behind him, a man wearing completely black. He looks quite nefarious. Both of them seem to be grinning at you, almost like they've won instead.
Yeah. I'm kind of aware that this is not real, so I'm just gonna let what happens happens.
Right, as you walk forward, the imagery starts to shimmer and change. The red roses in the field around the base of the tower all start to fade and turn a gray, absent of color kind of look, and then fill with black, completely just black. So you have black roses surrounding this tower. Then you see that the black tower itself suddenly seeps all that blackness down into the ground around you, and it turns white. The tower turns a bright, shining white color, and the sky above you goes completely dark. No stars, no sun, no clouds, nothing. Just all dark sky with a completely white tower and a field of black roses at its base. And at your feet, two old corpses, one dressed in red and one dressed in black. And then you find yourself walking down the stairs again.
Okay, I'm not going to mention that to the group.
Right. Callus.
Oh, here we go.
First things first is while
Peter's the realist.
First things first. While you're
Peter's the
walking
realist.
down the stairs, rather while Smasher is walking down the stairs and you're sitting on him, that thunk, the metallic thunk you're used to coming from Smasher, suddenly changes, and then fades, and then is gone, and you find yourself standing at the base of a pool. Not a big pool, but big enough to definitely swim in. Across from you, standing also at the base of the pool, is a small creature with dark green skin and big cat-like blue eyes and long black hair. It's kneeling at the base of the pool, just running its hand along the water. You know this creature to be a goblin, specifically a female goblin.
Hi.
She looks like a cat.
Yes.
Hi.
The moment you say that, everything kind of fogs out a little bit, kind of fills with dimness, and then grays before your eyes, and then comes back, and she stands up and jumps into the pool. The splash sounds weird, but there is a splash.
I jump in.
Right? The moment you jump in, you feel like you've jumped yourself in, dunked yourself into cold oil. But then you realize this is not an empty pool. It's lots of tentacles in it, and that's when you start feeling things grabbing at you. Make for me a strength check.
Oof.
Strength roll. Strength save. Strength saving throw.
My mind's gonna be eaten alive. Yeah. Strength 7.
No. These tentacles grab you, and they pick you up, pull you out of the water. And as you're dangling there, being held by these tentacles, you see this little goblin rise, standing on more tentacles, and she's looking up at you, confused.
It's really
And
cool. Can I have a sample?
As she rises to your, she doesn't seem to hear you, by the way, but as she rises to your level, you notice one very peculiar thing about her. There is a long line from here all the way up to here that looks like someone had tried to cut her throat, but she survived and healed.
I'd like to be put down now.
At this point, you suddenly fade and return to being on Smasher, walking down the stairs.
I don't like this place.
We'll go over to Smasher here quickly, and then you can all actually talk. Smasher, as you're walking down the stairs, the thunk of your feet, everything suddenly turns off. Like everything just for you turns off. Like you find yourself not functioning, and then a flicker, and your visuals return. But you're laying down and looking up, and what you see standing above you is a tall man. He's tall. He's wearing leather gloves and a leather outfit, sort of. But underneath, it's more like a leather. What is it that cooks wear when they're cooking? Or
Apron?
Apron. It's a leather apron. Underneath it, you can see what looks to be very fine clothes, and he's got multiple little monocle-like devices for looking closely at things on his eye here, which when you look at his eyes, they're completely yellow. His eyes are completely yellow. And as he's sitting there, you see him working on your body, and he looks up at you, and he just smiles, and you get that feeling that this man is very pleased with what is happening right now. He's very pleased. But you also see two very sharp, pointy teeth where his canines would be, and how pale he truly is. And then there's a zap, and everything goes dark again. And then your lights turn on again, and you're standing at attention in a hall with multiples of you everywhere around you. To your left, to your right, all of you standing at attention in line. And on what looks like a platform in front of you, you see this same man standing there holding a cane, And he's holding the cane, tapping the side of his head with it as he looks out at each and every single one of you and smiles. This time, it's a sinister smile. It doesn't look pleasing at all. It looks vicious. And then the lights turn off again. And when they turn back on, you're walking down the stairs. And you hear Callus say the thing he just said.
I don't like this place.
Mixie stopped
I
when she
imagine.
came back.
I imagine.
All of you come back at the same time, by the way.
That when Smasher comes back, he's still saluting. Still
Or rather, your hand goes up to a salute.
Yeah, right up to. And then we stop short because Mixie stops.
Uh-huh.
Callus, are you okay?
Yeah. It's just... It's doing what it's been doing this whole time. It's messing with my head.
It's not real.
How do you tell?
Because if you look at it hard enough, it's almost see-through. And I keep walking down.
It's might not be real here.
And it's real somewhere else?
Yeah.
Smasher, since Deshane keeps on walking, Smasher squats down and gestures his arm out to carry Mixie if she wants to sit down on his arm.
She climbs up, hands you her shield so you have the beacon, because she just also climbs up and then just hugs Callus.
Callus hugs back.
You're muted.
Sorry, I'll have one arm back kind of supporting you near the partially constructed saddle that Callus has made, and I'll just be...
I'll do an acrobatics check for balance.
Sure.
To see if you have to.
It's not that high. Hard.
17 plus 4.
Yeah.
21.
You can tell she's quite stable up there. She'll be fine.
So I'll just carry the shield kind of out like that as I keep on going.
Alright, they follow you, Deshane, all three of them in the same spot.
I imagine I
You have dark
smacked
vision?
Deshane a couple of times on the back of the head.
I do.
Smasher, can we head to the front? I can see in this darkness. I just...
Smasher speeds up and gets up and up towards the front.
As we're passing by Deshane, I will reach down, tap the brim of his hat, and give it a 5-foot light and 5-foot dim light off of it.
Nice. You have your own little light now, Deshane.
No, at least you're
On your
not
hat?
blind.
I give you a nod. Even though in my head I think it's meant to keep light out of my eyes, but okay.
No, it's definitely not.
All right. As you guys continue on, those of you who can see past the 20 feet
Yep,
of dim
that's me.
light, so that extra 20 feet, you see the bottom of the stairs. But at the bottom of the stairs is the floor it's not made of stone. It's made of some strange black substance, which you recognize to be the same material that the tower itself is made out of. But the stairs were not made out of. The stairs and all the insides of the tower seems like it's been made out of stone.
I'm gonna hop down and start
Not letting him go alone.
looking around, investigating the place.
And do an investigation for me. Anyone else doing a look-see around?
Yeah.
I feel like it's an embarrassment, but absolutely we'll try.
23.
Nice.
Actually, I wanna cast detect magic.
Ooh.
That's a solid 7. Solid.
It's a solid 8 for me.
Oh goodness.
Alright, so Deshane and
The
Smash.
light in my eyes.
The light that is my entire body right now.
You both find that there are a couple of doors down here. There's about 5 of them actually, not a couple. That's more than a couple. There's 5 doors down here, all of them leading different directions. Callus, while you're investigating, you recognize that while the floor is made of the same substance as the tower, the stairs aren't, like I just said, they're stone. And the doors, the 5 doors, are all made of a unrecognized wood.
Do I recognize said wood?
No. Definitely not with that roll.
Do I
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm not even gonna.
Mixie.
Do
you
I
cast
see?
detect-
Are there any writings? Sorry to interrupt.
No right.
No writing. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a pretty bare room.
And are
With-
each of the doors a different kind of wood, or are they all the same kind of wood that
They're
I
all the
just don't
same kind of
recognize? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mixie, when you cast Detect Magic, the floor is magical. The doors are all magical. You all have magical stuff on you. The stairs are not magical.
I'm magical.
Callus is very magical. And there's almost a shimmer to the air, almost like there's something magical in the air.
What kind of magic is it?
It is. Let me just see if I can come up with the exact kind that it is. Right off the bat. Types of magic.
Okay.
There you are.
Smasher, I got an idea.
Alright. Before you say that idea, the floor and the doors. Actually, what type of magic specifically is binding and holding created? Hold.
Wards?
Like hold person?
Enchantment.
Enchantment.
The,
Yeah.
The floor and the doors are enchanted or enchantments. And then that shimmering in the air is some kind of evocation, but you can also feel illusion in it.
I would like to get Smasher in front of the leftmost door.
It's
And-
a kind of a circle.
Yeah. So when we enter in through that hallway we
Oh.
came in through, the leftmost door immediately, because
Okay.
left is best. And look at everyone else and like,
Okay, Mixie, Deshane, don't look at me. You might turn to stone if you do.
and then turn around. And we haven't done a long rest yet, so I can still morph into the basilisk potion that I drank.
You're wearing your new clothes too, right?
I am, so they just morph right into me.
Mm-hmm.
But before I do, I will be like,
Okay, Smasher. One at a time, we're gonna open these doors and I'm gonna look through. If there's anything threatening to us, it could just get turned to stone. So. Right. 6 limbs. Always weird.
I think that's... No, they have 8.
Yeah.
Never mind.
8.
8 limbs.
8 limbs. Always weird.
I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on Callus.
Oh.
Because you're not casting a spell when you do the petrify thing, and you're not doing an attack for any of that, so it will
Yeah.
not turn off.
That's just a natural ability.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Cool. Then we will quickly open these 5 doors before I believe a minute is up. How long does Sanctuary last?
A minute.
A minute. Cool.
minute.
I got that right then. Cool. And take a
Feet
look
open.
through. And seeing as we're doing it quickly enough, if I could, I'd like to do my passive investigation.
Oh yeah, definitely. Your passive investigation is
17.
That's a good passive
Yes,
for
it is.
investigation.
For a level
Right.
4, yes.
That's
So with
nice.
Deshane at the front,
What?
opening or not Deshane,
No,
sorry,
with
with
Smasher.
at the
Smasher,
front,
yeah.
opening each door.
Because I don't think I can turn Smasher into stone.
No, I looked that up. You cannot turn Smasher into stone. As you open each door, it's all going to look the same on the other end. It looks like a tunnel dug into the dirt, and you can see about 10 feet from each door is a fog, a mist, really, that looks like it flows from one wall to the other.
And there's 5?
Yes. And they look like long tunnels from each door.
If I peer over the shoulder, do I see anything magic-wise?
No, except for the fog, which you recognize to be the same fog that you walked through when you first got here.
Callus, I don't believe you can turn fog into stone.
Change back into a little boy. And Pip, like,
Are we missing someone? Or does one of us need to go to 2 places?
Do you mean the man in Deshane's bag?
That's a twisted thought. But I think that might be it. There's 5 doors filled with mist. The last time I walked into this mist, I ended up here. Somewhere completely
Is this the same
different.
kind of mist?
It looks
Yes.
like it. So these doors, one of them's gonna take us to a different place.
And you specifically, Mixinix, would know that it's the same type of mist because with your detect magic, it is glowing that color that the mist would.
Mist was when I walked through.
Mm-hmm. You can't really tell what school of magic because it's kind of impossible to see one school of magic in the mist. But yeah.
Does anyone get a feeling about any of these doors?
I don't know. What do I roll to get a feeling from a door?
We'll save.
I'll roll it.
3-5 is showing.
You roll a d6 and then say 1's a reroll. Or 6 is a reroll, whichever one.
I rolled a 2.
2?
Me too,
Roll an
actually.
Arcana.
No, just a D6.
Oh, just a d6. Oh, let's give my lighthouse d6 a chance to redeem itself. If it rolls a 2. It rolled a motherfucking 2.
Yeah, I rolled a 2 as well. So
17 Arcana.
So Deshane is taking a slightly different look at each door, and Deshane, you could tell there's nothing too particularly unique about these doors, and it doesn't quite look like whatever's happening here is done. Sounds like you guys are going through the second from the left.
Mixie is a little concerned that when one person goes in, the others won't be able to. Call her paranoid, but she's seen this in a dream before somewhere.
Do we all have to go through different doors? Is this where our path together ends, or... I don't want it to end. I don't have any other friends. At least that are alive still.
Smasher reaches up with his left arm behind his head and just kind of like pats Callus on the back. Doesn't say anything, just kind of pats him on the back.
Don't worry, little brother. We're not ending here.
Let's take a break. Whatever this is, it isn't done. Let's take a rest. And then I, like, literally right there in the middle of the floor, I begin to get stuff together to make a little fire.
Nice.
And then I roll up a cigarette and light it, and then I'm staring, like, in a rounding gaze at all the doors.
If we're going to rest, I'm going to pull out my orange vial. And I'm gonna do a drop. Because I'm pretty sure we were told just a drop is enough. So one of the amoeba mimics.
Are you just putting it on the
Appears?
floor? Or are you gonna put it on something?
Amoeba mix.
I'm gonna put my shield down and put it on my shield. Because they've recently done something to my shield, so.
Alright, so before we get to that, are you all setting up to do a short rest, or a long rest rather?
Callus, should I shut these doors?
Leave them open. I'm curious.
Right. Would you like down?
Yes.
I'm gonna post up in front of door number 1 on the left. And,
what?
yeah, watch. I'm
Okay.
watching for runes. Runes in the mist.
Yeah.
And I will periodically shift between doors.
Perfect.
Callus, what are you doing?
Looking for runes. Like the ones on the side. Or the ones we found outside.
1 second. I'd like to activate my what?
Yeah, did I see any runes with my detect magic on
Magic
mist?
awareness.
No.
Okay.
Your magic awareness, so the tower, or rather the floor specifically, the doors, the mist itself is glowing a purple coloring like you would seen when you first walked through the lit mist yourself. You do not see any runes though. It just glows that faint purple color and seems to flow from one wall to the other. And actually, when you have all the doors open, if you watch from the first door you opened all the way to the next one you can see this way, there are doors behind the stairs because it is a circular room and the stairs come down in the center, almost. But when you watch, it almost looks like the mist is circling underground around the tower.
No runes are detected, Callus. If you'd like to see some runes. He lifts up his arm and turns to Callus.
Those
What
ones are
Well-
glowing a different color than the rest of the Warforged.
Whoa. Okay.
They're glowing an almost lime green color.
I end the thing on him so he's not lit up anymore. They still lime
They
green.
continue to glow.
One thing at a time, Callus. One thing at a time.
Hold on, let me just take the shotgun of stuff and throw it at you guys.
Callus is gonna sit down in front of that fire. And, ooh, I have a list of things I need to do.
By the way, when you set that fire up, Deshane, everything does start to feel more comfortable and less foreboding. It doesn't quite feel like you're sitting in an empty, abandoned building in the dark anymore. It kind of feels like you're sitting in the middle of a forest around a fire.
You guys, like, you see me and I'm, like, staring into the fire and I'm, like, rubbing my cheek like this and you can hear the of, like, the stubble that's growing on my face. And this is, like, him thinking. It's just...
Yeah. All right. So mixing it, your shield. So when you put the single drop of this orange viscous liquid on your shield, the first thing you notice is a shimmer of magic. How long does your magic awareness thing, your that spell last? Sense magic?
Concentration up to 10 minutes.
Up to 10 minutes. Do you still have it going? Because it's only been like 5 minutes since you turned it on. So
Yeah.
okay. Because sanctuary is only 1 minute. That's how long it took for you guys to open the door.
And it's not a concentration either, so that's why I cast it.
Yeah, that's not concentration. That's awesome.
Yep. You see a form of magic that doesn't particularly exist amongst mortals. Creation magic.
Necromancy?
Not necromancy. Creation. Like literal creation. And that orange drop gets sucked into your shield.
Yep. Sorry.
And then your shield starts to wiggle.
You just brought your shield to life. Well, that infusion's
Okay,
gone.
OOC. I saw a meme where they made a Warforged out of mimics, and we have to make this a reality. All right, go ahead, go for it.
I saw that too.
This is hilarious. Mixie is a returned character for me. Kind of just, I'm taking the character and tossing it into a new universe. But in the old universe she was in, she got a mimic on her shield named Pip. It's why she wanted to name the shadow Pip. But I think there's just this voice in her head that's like, that wasn't Pip, this is Pip.
This one's Pip. Oh, that's hilarious.
I have to do that callback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you get an almost warm connection from your shield.
You also lose the infusion I gave you because your shield is no longer an inanimate object.
Yep.
So yeah, AC goes down by 1.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's the one unfortunate thing that happens.
That's fine. I can cast it on your armor.
However, your shield is now a mimic. You just turned your shield into a mimic. And now you know what
its existence from here on out is nothing but pain as it receives the blows that your body does not. And in its hellscape of an existence, it will know no rest or comfort or release. For it is its doom.
Shane is saying this out loud.
Exactly. As I stare into the fire.
My traveling partner everywhere I go.
This
fire
also,
behind my.
This is also mildly
Fortuna
scary
playing in the background.
This is also mildly scary because of the enchantments that she put on that shield right before doing this.
Oh yeah, it can grow in size. This is actually quite terrifying. If that enchantment sticks, this mimic can be whatever size it wants. I'm excited to see what happens. Can we take a break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please. I need to. Desperately.
I pulled it out too early.
Oh, man.
This may be time for break, so we will be back.
Yes.
Mistakes were made.
We'll be back after these messages from our sponsors.
I think wonderful things were done. Let's see what happens.
We return. Hi. All right, where were we? Now that we've taken a break. uh, yes, you are taking a restals. Callus, you're setting some things up to look at.
Yes, I am setting up my alchemy kit to start playing around with some potions. I only have 9 left, and I don't like how few options that is. So I'd like to start creating some potions. You tell me how long we do in the
I'll
end
be
here.
helping that.
I have a list.
Okay. You can definitely start on the first one for sure. You'll probably
Start
get
on the
that
first
done
one.
before something happens.
Okay, cool. I used that, so there we go. Cool. That's what I'm doing. Sitting by the fire, doing that.
Deshane,
Waiting, resting, watching the
Need to
doors.
looking at all the open doors, just relaxing.
Well,
Smash
not
yourself
leaning
with Callus.
back. I'm like on my haunches, looking into the fire. If anybody sees, they see my blue bombardier's eyes. They see the reflection of the flames.
Woo! Okay, anyway, Mixinix, I nearly called you Muna again.
Sorry I did that to you. 2 M names.
Ah, yes.
Ma.
um, first things first, she's gonna
Peter's the
message
realist.
her shield. Are you gonna stay there forever, or can you move to other items, or what's happening?
You get mild confusion back, and then kind of this confirmation that the shield is in fact the mimic. So while it is a mimic, it is first a shield. So its natural form is actually the shield.
Will you get hurt when I take a hit?
The reaction back is deep desire to take that hit for you, no matter what the cost.
It's a masochist. Sweet.
Thank you.
And
then
anytime
she's
you get
gonna make
hit,
it-
we hear harder.
Daddy?
On?
Can I get a oh yeah? Anyway.
Oh yeah.
This has gotten spicy all of a sudden.
I'm gonna make the shield a lot bigger than it normally is, because I normally sleep in it, because it curls up and it's long. So now it's like a big bed, and it's not like just curled up. And she knows she needs to sleep. She knows she won't sleep without help. She's gonna chug as many bottles as needed. Knock herself out.
I will see that she's doing that, but don't waste the good stuff. Pull out my alchemy jug, chant it with ale, uncork and say, 4 gallons. Drink all you like.
Okay. Not drinking it as enthusiastically, but it's just as fast. Just gonna.
This is why you start with the good stuff and then move to the cheap stuff, because after the first few drinks, you're not tasting anything anyway.
Yeah,
Just
well, I
saying.
was already a little tipsy
Logic.
from before,
Yeah.
so like,
Logic.
there's logic to it. She's not super thrilled about it, but kid's got a point. So yeah, I'm gonna.
I don't. You can drink enough to know when you're going to pass out or something. I won't make you do a con save. You get through the 4 gallons pretty much. You're good at holding your liquor for the most part because you drink a lot, but it's still enough to really get you feeling like you need to lay down. She's drunk.
And wait, is it a keg?
It's like a clay pot that's been enclosed into like a gourd shape with multiple corks inside of it. Each cork's got a different number on it, and the number that's been popped out for you is number 6. And I popped it out and said drink from there.
The other ones you might not want to.
She finishes it off, cleans it out, and then uses it as a teddy bear, because you're working on things, and
It is about the same size as you. It would be close to. It's a fairly large thing.
She's
it's a body
spooning it.
pillow.
Yeah.
It's a body pillow.
I feel like I've
So-
fallen asleep this way, hugging a thing of alcohol I just drank.
Yeah.
I feel like this is autobiographical at this point.
This is not
An
a first for her
autobiography.
either.
No.
This is
Yeah.
just the first time she's felt comfortable with the people in the room, because she usually goes to another room to sleep when she does this, and she's okay with the people. That's a first for her.
Aw.
Hmm.
She's got family around.
So when you lay down, Mixie Nix, and you start hugging the thing, you get another warm feeling at the back of your mind, almost like your shield is there, just there for you. whenever you need it.
It's giving me a mental shield hug.
Yep. Giving you a mental hug. And you manage to pass out from the excessive alcohol use. And a
It gets the job done.
And a mind hug. Alright. Let's see. Anyone
she is
actually
facing Callus when she falls asleep. She's not facing a door, she's
facing cows? Is there anyone who's going to stay as a sentry other than
I have sentry mode, but
Yeah.
I mean, unless people want to,
You're
we all
currently helping-
know how that works out.
Yeah.
Like,
You're also currently helping Callus.
oh yeah, I'll be helping.
I'm more
Callus
looking at
until-
Deshane going, are you just going to be staring into the fire, or are you actually going to watch the doors as well?
I'm going to watch the doors as well.
Okay. Make for me a perception roll.
Oh, before you say the results or anything, can I say Callus had the mindset before settling down to do the stuff to ritual cast alarm in a 10-foot radius around us?
Yeah. You've been thinking about it, so sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
Dirty 20.
You get that alarm down. Alright, dirty 20.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. While you're looking through one of the doors, specifically the second door, funny enough, guys, the fog mist starts to
The fist.
retract, and as it does, you see the walls of the tunnel solidify and then turn completely black into the same substance as the floor you're currently standing on. And a metal walkway comes out from the floor and rises just a little bit so that it's meeting the door's bottom, so that you can walk on this metal walkway through this black tunnel. And now you can't see the mist from that door anymore.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna stand up and look at the rest of the group.
Mixie Nix is out cold, completely drunk. Talus seems very enthralled with his current potion making, and Smasher is assisting him.
actively trying not to, like, shake.
What languages do you two speak?
Celestial and Elvish and Common.
Celestial, Elvish, and
Common Elvish.
Common and okay. You don't understand what
Hey,
he's saying.
we
then.
could talk Elvish. All right, nice.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to walk over and lightly shake Mixie Nix awake, and I'm gonna say to everyone out loud, 5 minutes, then we leave. And then I'm gonna stand up and check my pistols.
Yeah, she does not wake up to your shaking.
Okay. Well then.
4 gallons of ale.
Okay.
In a
then
little rum.
I'm gonna look over at Callus and Smasher, and I'm gonna say, sorry ahead of time. And then I'm gonna fire my gun like next to her to wake her up.
Nope.
Are you
This is
shooting it
not a good idea.
at the floor?
No, I'm just kind of like standing
Oh,
as
you're just
close as I
making.
can to her and like blam.
All right, so everyone else, your ears ring. It hurts. Actually, Smasher, you notice something that you've never noticed about yourself before. Before the blast goes off, everything mutes quickly and then unmutes, so you're completely unaffected. But Callus, you can't hear anything for a hot second. It was very loud.
Also, I don't move.
Yeah,
I registered that was his gun,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't detect any enemies nearby. So I'm just like actively. I don't. It is more important to me in this moment to keep from shaking Callus's things in my hands than it is to react.
All right, Macy, make me a con save at disadvantage.
That's a 2 plus 3, 5.
So, yeah, Deshane, you get the distinct feeling she's not going to be waking up anytime soon.
No.
And then
Do I
that
get a long?
door-
Do I at least get a long rest?
Oh, we'll see in here in a moment. And then that door slams shut, audibly for everyone. And at this point, your hearing returns, Callus.
Toby? I didn't do that. Did you do that?
I'm gonna like stand looking at the door, and then I'm gonna look at my gun, and then I'm gonna look at the door, and then say, maybe. And then like I just reholster.
Right, your passive.
It was only one door that the mist cleared from, right?
Yeah, that you noticed. However, your passive Deshane is high enough to notice that the first door is currently shut, but you didn't hear it shut. And the third door, you see the mist start to retract, but it's not the same kind of visuals as the second door was. This time, the hallway disappears, and instead, it's out into the middle of a field, outside, deep underground. But the field's not underground. The door just leads to a field. That's outside.
Underground. That's not underground.
Wait.
Okay.
It is, by the way, it is not a snowy field. It's just a field. Green grass, as far as you can see.
I'm going to, as I walk towards that door, I'm gonna tap Smasher and say, "Get Mexi." And then I'm going to walk, and I'm going to like look around at at that field inside that door.
Here, I got
You get
these.
the one potion done at least.
Cool.
Callus.
Got it. Sweet.
All
Yeah.
right, Callus having taken the things back from me, I'll turn around and very gently gather up Mixie.
You don't gotta be gentle about it. She's out.
Just
No,
And you
very.
just-
I picked that shield up. I literally
Yep.
just picked the shield up, and I'm just very, very gently picking the shield up and getting ready, and then I move back to Callus and get ready for mounting.
Yeah. So the best part about this is the shield actually reduces in size, so it fits her perfectly and is easy for you to carry. Super easy.
nice.
Um,
Before I climb up, I'll grab the jug so I can pack it away. And then right in the top left collarbone part of the armor that she's got.
you're gonna need to make a strength check in order to grab the
Yeah,
jug.
either a
Oh.
strength check or like a dex check to be not grabbed in its place.
I wouldn't know about that. So strength check first. I'm concerned about that.
You gotta pull it out of her grasp first.
Athletics for me?
Yeah.
Or just a strength check? What do you want?
Just
It's the
just
same
strength
either
check.
way. It's the same.
It's the same either way for you.
19.
9.
She is holding tight to that. That jug is held.
I'll just make another one if I lose this one.
And I'll
You're pretty sure it's not gonna get
Yeah.
lost.
I'll mark.
She feels the tug and goes, Calvin?
Yeah, I'm just making sure it's secure. Just keep sleeping.
And make an inscription on her armor, and give that +1 back. And then climb up and go.
Okay, time to go.
I'll get up and start following Deshane.
Right, with Deshane leading. Deshane, at the door when you poke your head out. This is the third door, right?
The one with the field, right?
You're muted.
The one with the field. I think that's
Yeah.
what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you look out and look to the left and then look to the right, it's a door that's connected to a building that you can see the outside of. The building looks old, kind of like it hasn't been upkept ever. But the door itself is still very solid, very there. And if you step out into the field and look back, this building is right up against a very large forest. Not the same type of trees as Barovia. So you get the distinct feeling you're not in Barovia when you're standing here.
Okay, I'm gonna look up. You know what I'm looking for.
There is no sky.
Okay, I'm gonna walk back in, and I'm gonna say, I don't know, maybe not that one. And I'm gonna wait for the next door.
Well, you could still try to open the other two.
Okay, I try.
The second door opens easily. It leads out into exactly what you had seen it to show. You just don't know what closed the door.
Okay, then I'm gonna go to the first door and open that one up.
That one is solidly closed. At the moment, it doesn't seem like it's wanting to budge.
Hang on.
Would you like me to give it a try?
Free.
You want to strength check that one, Smasher? Go nice yank.
Yeah, I think so.
While Callus is digging through his bag for a possible other option.
Yeah, I'm looking for thieves' tools.
Dirty 20?
Dirty 20, nice. If you don't currently have thieves' tools, by the way, Callus, you do find enough parts to make thieves' tools with ease.
Oh, sweet.
Because of all those things that the workshop tried to give you. The failed
Sweet.
experiments. So with the 20, you give that a nice solid yank, and you feel the wood groan. You feel the handle almost give, but not the door, the handle. And then when you look at the handle again, you notice, oh, I just broke that. The handle itself hasn't come off yet, though. It's still dangling from the door. Well, dangling, no, it's loosely in the door. It's just kind of pulled out and rattles.
We can break the door down if you'd like.
No. Let's just wait a second. I say, and I'm gonna watch and see if another door opens.
Smasher was reaching for his axe, and if you could imagine sad robot noises as he puts his axe back away.
Sad robot noises, eh?
Is anyone there? Oh.
Anybody see me?
I'm gonna try to pick the lock.
All right. You get down and you look at the thing. Give me an investigation to see
Sorry,
whether or
I
not
broke it first.
you can after he's broken it.
Good grief. You're on timeout. That was a 2, so 9.
Shout out to the 2 crew.
You guys have been rolling 2s, but no
Uh-huh.
1s.
Uh-huh.
I rolled a 1
getting
on an
close.
Don't you
insanity
wish that
roll.
on us?
Oh,
Don't
yeah,
you
that's
wish
right.
that on us? What's wrong with you?
So many
Why would
things
you
we
do
don't know where
that?
to start.
I love it. Anyway, yeah. So with a 9, there doesn't seem to be a lock, but the handle. You think if you push it back in, it might fix. You hear a thunking noise when you push it back in, and then the handle kind of vibrates in your hand. As you try to turn it, you can't turn it, but you do actually feel that it has fixed itself.
Huh.
Yeah, it won't rattle. There's no locking mechanism on this door.
I think if
Can
you
we
break
stand it up? Go ahead.
I think if you break it down, the magic will just be lost, so no point either way.
Deshane, door number
Mhm.
4, the mist does its thing again. And on the other side of this door, you see a street. It's pitch black, completely night, but there is a street. And lining alongside the street are many buildings and what look like houses or places for people to go and stuff. Maybe even shops.
Okay. I am going to stick my head out and look up.
There is no sky.
Okay, I'm gonna pull my head back out and say to everybody who's conscious, no sky.
Does every place have sky?
Every place that I've been.
That was door 4.
That was
Yeah.
door 4.
What was that?
Would it be wise to explore?
Not if we get stuck.
Are we
Because
not
I won't be
currently
able to
stuck?
find my way back.
Do we need to find our way back here, or will another path present itself? We didn't exactly
No, I
ask
mean-
for this one.
No, I mean find my way back as in back along the path of the beam.
Beam.
Yeah, that.
Okay, I'm just gonna like wave my hand like that and then go stand in front of the 5th door.
As you stand there,
It's 2 times
Yeah.
people haven't answered my questions. Is it me?
I think it's both of us.
So as you're standing in front of the 5th door, the mist does its thing, but there's one slight difference this time. Instead of pulling back like it had, it starts to rush almost like it's moving faster in a circle. And then you hear an almost sucking sound before the door suddenly slams shut.
So, if it doesn't have a ceiling, don't trust it? The sky's just
I'm
a
like-
ceiling for the world.
I'm not gonna answer any of that, and I'm just gonna look at the door. You said the 5th door did that, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go try and open the 5th door.
As you open, you do feel some resistance, but it's almost like there's a negative pressure on the other side of the door compared to your side. And then as you pull, air does flow out and into that space, and it almost feels like there's a wind pulling you into the space.
Okay, well I shut it just enough to where I won't be pulled in. I put my right. I'm
Foot in,
guessing
you
that
put
the
your
handle's
right
on the
foot
right.
out.
No, I was on the right side, right? I put my foot against like the door frame, like the door jamb, and I like open it just enough to like look in and see what I see.
You see a sky, but
Okay, I look as much
you
up as I can.
you as you get closer, you feel more pull, and as you look up, you start to feel vertigo, and you're not sure why, but there's still sky. In fact, there's sky when you look forward, and then when you look down, there's no floor. There's just sky.
Okay, I'm gonna just let go of that door and let it suck shut, and
And
then
it does.
Sky.
suck shut. And then I go stand in
Based on
front
your
of the
sky
sixth door.
vision,
There's only 5 doors.
Oh, okay. Then I'm gonna go back.
What happened with
Uh,
1, 2, and 3? I'm sorry. I wasn't
Uh,
taking good notes.
1 they haven't been able to open yet because it's solidly closed. 2 is a
That was the
long
one we
hallway.
heard slam shut?
No, that's 2.
Okay.
The 1 you never noticed shut. It shut while you guys were preoccupied elsewhere.
Oh.
2 is a long hallway with a metal walkway, and 3 was the field with no sky.
Did I see the door that he was just at?
Oh,
And
yeah.
how
You
it
can
was
hear it too.
that way instead of that way, like the whole thing was upside down?
Well, that part would be harder because you're in front of the first door, which is to its right.
Mm-hmm.
And as he was opening the door would have blocked that view.
What's through that one? Did it have a ceiling?
It was all ceiling.
we found your sky then.
Yeah, it seems we found this guy. The other 2 doors are missing. And then I walk back to 2, and I am going to
It said you
check
must
the metal.
rise up to first fall.
As Callus is contemplating these words and you are checking the metal, it's cold. It's not iron, but it is cold and it looks solid.
I'm gonna turn around and look at Mixionix, who's unconscious, and I'm gonna say out loud to her, even though she can't hear me, I really wish you were awake. And then I'm gonna turn to Callus and Smasher, and I'm going
She's
to
still in my
ask,
hands.
Any
what
dreams
do you
for
2
me?
think?
In a moment.
Okay.
What do you 2 think?
Back is always an option, but we do not have enough information on any forward direction to make any formal determination. I believe some form of test would be adequate.
A test how?
By walking through.
Then which one first?
5. Actually, 2.
I'm gonna
Then
turn
5.
to Smasher for his vote.
Smasher's gonna look down at Callus. Are you doing like 2, or are you just like I think 2? You're just saying it. I'm look down at Callus, who said 2. I'll just kind of look back at Deshane and just.
I'm pointing at the door. I'm like 2. Yeah, 2. That one.
Then I turn around and yeah.
Should
we
we
walk through?
Before
wait?
somebody goes in, I believe a test subject would be most appropriate,
Well,
possibly with a rope.
I've already been used as a test subject, so I'll volunteer.
Rope, I say, and I turn around.
Do I have a rope?
I have rope.
Pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you all have rope.
I have rope, and I'll pull it out of my bag.
I will give you one part of the rope. Right.
I tied her around my waist. And then
I'll hold on to the other
Pretty
side of
cool.
it.
Oh, you're going? Oh, well, okay. Then I guess we'll have to give you a number 2. Well, I'm 213, so you can be 214.
I'm 39.
I just narrow my eyes at you and then at Smasher and then back at Callus.
Narrows my eyes back.
And then I pull both
I
my
agree, I
guns
agree.
and turn around and step through the door.
Mixie Nix, while they are doing all of this, you are actually having dreams. They're
I've set her on the ground, by the way. I have my hands on the rope. I've set her on the ground.
Yeah, she's in her shield. They're not exactly pleasant, but the main thing you do get out of them is that you're not alone in this dream. There is something there that's trying to protect you as best as it can. So while they're not pleasant dreams, you're kind of disconnected from them in a way. So like you're watching as a viewer rather than having it happen to you. But the dream that you're seeing is it's kind of a mixed conglomerate of that vision you had.
The dragon?
Yeah, with the dragon and the creatures, the humanoid creatures, and then your commander before. But it's not a snowy field; it's a desert, and it's not the calm, like we need to do this side creatures fighting. It's your group, the murmurs, all of them. They're all there. You can see your commander even fighting against this dragon and the creatures that are fighting alongside the dragon. You even see yourself there, right alongside the commander, fighting with him. And it does not look like you are winning.
They don't have a healer.
Well, even though you do see yourself there with them.
Really?
Yes.
That's
Very
that-
eerie and weird.
There is a little voice. A very, very little voice in Mixie's head. When she sees some of them not doing so well. It's not a voice she likes, it's not a voice she listens to, and not a voice she's proud of. But there is definitely a little voice inside her head that's very happy to see some of those people suffering.
Well, are you going to do anything or are you just going to watch?
She's going to, because she hasn't done it since coming to wherever she is, Ravenloft, Barovia, whatever. And she's gonna try and reach out to her goddess.
Reaching out?
She knows she's here on request by her goddess, but her goddess was requested to send someone, so she knows there's another god involved, and she also knows she just released a god. So she's gonna try and reach back out to her god, but wouldn't be upset if the one who gave Lyra the task answered, because then she could get some answers. But
when you reach out, you do feel the warm embrace of Lyra. You get the distinct feeling that her gaze is currently on you.
this is what I deserve. She says that out loud, like she's like, yeah, no, I deserve this.
You after you say that, you almost get a disapproving feeling from your goddess, and then
Probably the same disapproving feeling she gets every time she brings up feeling that she deserves this.
yeah, and then the vision the dream you're having before you starts to change. You see the murmurs start to get the upper hand. They start to win in this battle, and you see your commander standing strong beside you as you defend him, just slaying humanoid after humanoid, making sure that the win is for your group. And you also get a very strong feeling of strength, like inner need to be strong.
I think she starts rubbing her wrists and looking at her new wraps. I know. I know I can't stay passive forever. I just... I don't want to become that monster.
A slightly different feeling creeps in, and this one you don't feel like is your god. This is not Lyra. This is something else. It's not sinister per se, but it's foreign. That's for sure. And this feeling, or rather this whatever is touching you right now, it almost seems to whisper, you don't need to be the monster.
Just because I don't need to be doesn't mean I won't turn into it.
That need to stay strong, that feeling from before returns with a vigor. And you get the feeling Lyra is trying to tell you that you need to be strong. You need to stay strong, and you won't.
Are they okay?
A feeling of confirmation comes over you.
Is Callus okay? And then?
A deep sadness suddenly flows over you at the mention of Callus.
Oh, a what? Sadness?
Sadness, yeah, a deep sadness. And it's followed by that joy that you know you can bring to people. And that sadness is overpowered by that joy. But you know that there is sadness behind that name.
I know. Sadness that isn't recognized as sadness. Is there any point to this vision?
Yeah, the vision starts to fade, and you find yourself sort of just standing in darkness, almost like the answer to that question is, of course, no. The vision is literally just what came in because of the vision you had seen before.
Do you know what the vision before was?
There is confirmation, but not from your god.
From that new feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Player knowledge. Hold on.
That's okay. Get your lore dump in. Let's go.
Yeah, no,
Trying to come up with ways to ask the right questions to get the knowledge they already have.
but that,
Some more apple cider.
are you Pip? The shadow?
There's a brief
There's
moment
a
of
chuckle
confusion.
in my head.
A brief moment of confusion, mostly coming from Lyra. It very briefly coming from that new feeling, and then a negative feeling.
Is Pip gonna pay up? Do you know that?
That confusion returns, and then the negative feeling again.
Of course not. You can handle that, right?
There's a brief moment when suddenly a flash of purple happens, and someone familiar to you is standing in front of you all of a sudden. It's well, actually, no, not familiar to you. You haven't actually met the first one yet, have you?
No one has met in this campaign.
Callus has.
Well,
I have.
Yeah.
I have
All
this
right, well,
blood.
Yeah. You see suddenly standing in front of you a young lady. Long purple hair, deep purple eyes, and an easy smile. She looks at you and then she says, Mixie Nix. Let me get your name right. Hold on. Mixie Nix, Dazzle Whizzle, Shimmer Pop. First of your name. When I asked Lyra to send someone to me, I was not expecting you.
surprise!
You are perfect. You're exactly what I need. To answer your question, I don't actually know who this Pip is. Can you describe them for me?
PIP stands for permanently imperceivable person. Was completely made out of shadows, was trapped behind a door. Opened the door, it got out. It said the light made it stronger despite being shadow.
Wow. One thing most people don't or fail to realize is that you cannot have shadows without light.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yes.
Most things that run in the shadows
Don't like the light.
at least have a negative reaction. It doesn't always have to hurt them, but they don't have the most.
Well, that seems to suggest then that this entity was the shadow.
Definitely felt like a really old god. Not as old as you.
Well, if it was trapped behind a door, the answer is yes. I can easily control it. However, if it is any of the old gods that I know of, no. No, I can't control it.
It eats its followers?
Her eyes kind of flash, get bigger a little bit, and she goes, yeah. Probably an old god. Probably can't control it. Be wary.
Well,
That
it
being
owes
said-
me. It owes me. I will find a way to make it pay out. It owes me.
Yeah, if it owes you, then that's a good thing. That is a very good thing. Now, Mixie
Who are
Nick.
you?
I am most commonly referred to as the first one. But I will let you in on a little bit of knowledge. Many of the Dark Lords you run into, here in Barovia specifically, are also me. Keep that in mind.
What do you mean, also you?
It's complicated, to say the least. But the easiest way to explain it is if you take your plane of existence and then shatter it into a million different pieces, you would think you would destroy that. But what ends up happening is
It's a bunch
all
of little
those-
universes.
exactly. Something like that happened at some point in time in my universe. And I am simply gathering up all the little pieces.
So why did you need me then?
Because my previous form of holding said pieces was no longer usable. And introducing said pieces to Ravenloft has had a very different effect from what I was hoping. I need you specifically because I need a little bit of joy.
Well, I've seemed to do a lot of that.
Indeed.
That's why I'm not too terribly upset about releasing an old god, because I guarantee it's happier now. But ramifications.
What's the future going to hold? That's a good question. I do have to go, Mixinix. I don't often do this. It usually takes a lot of someone else's power for me to. You just happen to be in the right place for it to happen easily.
Yeah, what's going on with these doors?
My suggestion, ignore door 1. Don't go through door 5. Door 2 is going to be a long walk. Door 3 is just a room. And door 4 has some very, very absent buildings. I wouldn't suggest going through that one either, to be honest. The creation, by the way, of these is purely Wallace's fault, which I am.
I had a feeling that like maybe this was like my first thought was he made these tunnels in a way to try to escape the mists.
Oh yeah.
Does that mean Wallace is one of you, or is he? Yeah.
He's not. He's not one of me. Thank the gods.
Yeah, I was gonna start questioning your character.
I would probably have consumed him if he was.
So why is he here?
Oh, I don't know if I want to tell you that, Mixinix. She just chuckles for a bit.
I'm drunk right now. Go for it. Why not? I won't remember any of this. Lying through. She is drunk though.
There's one individual in your party that I didn't specifically call here. I accidentally called here. He's a bit of a cowboy. And I thought it would be funny to start adding towers. See how excited he got about them.
He has less emotions than the robot.
I've noticed. But at the same time, he's got so much power behind him. Him wandering. I really do put quotes around that because I think
He's
I
not.
inadvertently brought him here, but his wandering into Ravenloft has been so good for me. So good for me.
What do you get out of all of this?
Where do you think most gods get their power?
There's a bunch of different theories on that.
What's your theory specifically?
That again will depend on the god. Some gods get power from their followers, some kind of happenstance into like power. Wrong place, right time. There's lots of different ways. Which one are you?
I specifically get my power from imprisoning the various shattered parts of myself. They fuel me, so to say.
You're becoming one again.
Yeah. And no, but yes. I originally had placed them somewhere out of this plane of existence, or out of anyone's plane of existence, to be honest. But, I have my limits, despite the almost limitless feelings I get sometimes. And I found I was running out of space. So I had to go looking for something new. And I found out that I don't have to just consume the power of me. Turns out, as long as anyone is in the vicinity of where I've been active, I get power.
Does that mean we lose power?
That's the part.
Is it like just a? Are you symbiotic or parasitic?
That's the part where I myself don't fully understand, which is why I would not actually call myself a god. Because you see, I know where I'm getting my power, and I know how to get the power, but I don't know how it works, and I don't know why it works. And those are two things that I hope to find out.
I know a kid who would probably like to play with this puzzle. Is the kid in on this puzzle?
Well, he does have a part of me.
Not unusual for the kid.
Mm-mm. It took giving him a part of myself and the promise of many beasties to actually convince him to come here. I've not been particularly. What's the word I'm looking for? I haven't fulfilled the beastie's promise quite fully yet. But after Vlad's waltz through Barovia, there wasn't much left here, so I've been filling it. Hopefully more beasties come up.
Okay, so absorbing places into places. Is Barovia the only place?
No, definitely not. Actually, Barovia was consumed by Ravenloft long before I came to Ravenloft. I simply took over Ravenloft and have been adding to it.
Okay, so we're here to help you. Are we stuck here in Barovia? Is this where you want us, or do you...
Her eyes flash for a moment, and you almost get the feeling she doesn't particularly want to answer this question. Roll persuasion for me.
I'd like to help. No.
Mister, I'm not asleep right now.
Persuasion. Dirty 20.
Nice. She'll kind of squint at you for a second, and then she goes, "You're sort of stuck in Barovia. Mostly because the magics I'm using make the mist that used to control Ravenloft act differently than it used to. And I haven't fully grasped how that works. One more thing that you can properly add to the proof that I am not a god. But I know of some aspects of myself that have figured out how to traverse. So if you can find them, Barovia is not the only place in Ravenloft you can go. However, Ravenloft is the only place you can be in at the moment.
I want to kill a goblin. Not Mixie, me. I want to kill a goblin. So is Deshane's tower here then?
Hopefully. I'm Barovia. But hopefully I get that tower.
So it's not there yet.
Oh,
I need him to
Mixie.
find it.
Me and your god's plans do not align.
This is not my god.
This is the first one.
Oh.
This is not my god. Will the mist hurt us if we go through it?
No.
Is it just like we'll just loop back?
For the most part, if you don't know how to traverse it, it will just loop you back.
Okay.
I get the feeling though that there are some people who could walk into the mist and find themselves somewhere else. Not going to lie with you, Mixinix. I truly do believe I need to learn more about my own self. Which is one more reason why I've been bringing groups here.
By watching us do things and not interacting with us?
Yes. Though I'm not very good at not interacting with you.
This is about as interactive as... I think if this is an experiment, you could probably get away with.
Don't tell Thomas he's an experiment. At least here he's treated much better than where he was.
Are these Dark Lords bad?
She kind of sits there for a moment and goes, to be determined. I mean, I wouldn't call Vlad bad, but he's not good. The matriarch, on the other hand, the matriarch is good. I like her. I didn't have to imprison her previously.
Kill the matriarch.
Who?
The matriarch. You have not met the matriarch yet, have you?
I have met a very nice werewolf in his now a little bit more accepting town because I yielded to him. And my group. And Wallace. And Wilfred, the painting. And this god dude thing. Pit. Will that be a problem on your experiment?
I mean, one must always expect some level of drawbacks or chaos to be involved in experimentation.
Chaos is fun. Is the matriarch in Barovia?
Yes. I brought her whole city here.
What's her city called?
You know, I honestly don't know.
Okay. Do you know where it is?
It is to the north, inside some mountains.
You said you had to go a little while ago, and I appreciate you staying and answering most of my questions.
You know, there's sometimes you can take a little longer than you expect, and you are out cold, which does help.
Yeah. No, I wasn't gonna sleep without some help. What the fuck was that staircase?
Well, sometimes when magic is not kept in check, it can dive deep into the subconscious of each individual and find something to show them, per se, a possible truth or maybe a lie. Um, however, I don't I don't feel like this tower specifically would not have any control over those magics, seeing as it seems to be sentient.
Why on earth would it show me a race of people I've never seen before fighting themselves and a giant red dragon? I have no knowledge of this. Where the frigga-fraggle rock did it find that in my subconscious?
That is a very good question. Which is why I'm led to believe it might not have been your subconscious that it was showing you that imagery from. Perhaps it is a brief, momentary glimpse in time or another universe. Could you describe where they were fighting?
It was a field with a city in the center. And it was, I think it was snowy. And, like, I'm talking a big city, not like...
Yes, I'm afraid I am unawares. Unawares as to why it would show you that.
Where was that, do you know?
My best guess, that is, if it was in Barovia. You said a big city?
Mm-hmm.
The village of Barovia is not a city, it's a village.
So it's not in Barovia.
I mean, it could not be in Barovia. I'm not sure. And at that point, you notice she flickers briefly.
Before you go, and I know you have to, my connection with my god is not as strong here. How the Friggle Fraggle Rock is Lovitar all over your shit?
I have no idea. I do think that in all of my shatterings, there is one that comes from your universe. And I have a distinct feeling this individual worshipped Lovitar.
And it's just spread.
Yeah.
Like the disease of the best friend of Lovitar. Got it, okay.
Curiosity, is Lovitar the exact opposite of...
She is the goddess of pain.
That explains a lot.
Her best friend is the goddess of pestilence. So careful with that slippery slope there.
I have a request.
Mm-hmm.
Find whoever brought Lovitar into Barovia and remove them for me.
If you have any inkling of where I could start looking.
Vlad would be the best person to ask. Or the matriarch, though I don't think she has much knowledge currently since I only just add her to Barovia.
Okay.
There's another flicker.
Vlad's the werewolf, right?
Yes.
Why did you... Oh, no. I will find out why you don't call him bad myself.
There's another
I will use
flicker.
this to judge you. Your character. Just try and figure out who he put. So what happens when you leave? Does this nightmare continue? Do I get to sleep in darkness, or am I awake?
She smiles and then suddenly disappears.
Ugh.
And your subconscious essentially turns off.
I'm out.
Yep. All right, everyone else. That all happens, by the way, during the time in which you guys are doing the stuff with the doors. So yeah, you're going through the second door to Shane.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, Mixie's hands will like hold the jar in a way that makes it look like, at least subconsciously, she wanted to somehow tell them door 2.
Door 2.
Doesn't matter. We already picked it.
Yep.
She doesn't know that, but
No.
she's trying.
Singing the whole way.
Mm-hmm. I'm out ahead. Just in case.
Just in
It's
case.
snatched up by a creature.
You're all of you are going through. Just you up ahead with a rope that Smasher holds.
No, we're I'm assuming he's gonna go through and we're gonna stay in here. I'm holding the rope as he's going through. That's
and
what
then
my
after a
assumption is.
bit, I'll say, "Come ahead."
Yeah. So you walk through, and the temperature between the door frame drops by at least 10 degrees. So it does get significantly colder. You actually can see your breath in front of you as you're walking. Not that it really phases you too much. But yeah, other than the walkway and the black wall circular hallway, there's nothing to be seen. So it is safe to continue.
All right, I do so.
All right, you're gonna end up walking for a couple of hours, by the way, guys.
Okay. We do so.
Nixie Nix, you will get a long rest in.
I'm going to climb up onto Smasher's back and see if I can use the platform while Spider climbed to set up my alchemy kit. To maybe do a little brewski.
How is this happening? Smasher's holding onto the rope.
I'm carrying you. I just tied the rope onto myself so that I can
Gotcha.
I can grab him. Actually, at this point, if you're in the shield and like super hugging that, I may have taken a portion of Callus's rope and just tied you to my chest, like a baby carrier. Like I'm swaddling
I'm in a
you.
Bjorn! I'm a little baby Bjorn!
Yes, that's exactly what I've done.
You're a little drunken baby.
Yeah, the shield is just kind of like carrying you, and it's just like up against my chest. Yeah, I'm just like, I have one on the back, one on the front.
And me on a leash.
Look, I'm just basically I'm a white mother in like suburbia going to the mall with her kids, right?
You're hitting up that there mall. You're gonna swim by King Supers and Target on the way back.
Oh goodness.
Oh god.
How Midwestern did you just sound?
As Midwestern as I could. Anyway. All right, so you guys walk for a while. You set up the alchemy table, and while you're setting it up, you see a bunch of points where you think you could probably anchor some metal pieces so that you can easily get the alchemy set up solid on this platform.
Huh.
You will have to tinker around with it to get it to work. So for right now, you just have the stuff currently there. You realize that those bits of springs and whatnot that you got are gonna definitely be necessary for this platform. You're gonna need more actually to make it more steady.
Well, and I'll probably end up walking a way that is not very up and down and more forward.
And since you're a robot, it's not like that's hard.
Right. So I'm trying to be well because I mean I obviously I'm not going to wake up Mixie anytime soon, but Mixie's sleeping on my chest and he's trying to do alchemy on my back. So yeah, I'm probably trying to be as careful as possible while keeping up with Deshane.
Nice. And that actually helps a lot for you, Callus. And yeah, so you get the alchemy table set up and everything.
Perfecto.
Yeah, after a couple of hours of walking, Mixie Nixie start to wake up.
Couple of hours, meaning 2?
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a con check to see how fucked up I am. Once I get my hands back, hold on. Thanks, babe. What I roll, babe? What I roll? Nat 20.
Nice. Yeah, you wake up feeling fresh. You got no hangover whatsoever.
Nope, that wasn't max dosage. It wasn't even good stuff like you know. Morning.
Pretty
Please tell
sure
me
it's that morning.
Please tell me we're down 2 and not 5.
What? No, we went in 3. I'm kidding.
What?
We went in 2.
Oh.
No, we went in 3. Deception.
It's not holding that long.
How? Sorry, out so long. Why didn't you wake me up?
He shot a bullet right by your head. Didn't work.
Okay. No. Well, have you ever been to a celebration for Lyra? No.
Considering the fact that I didn't even know who Lyra was before I met you, I don't think so.
Probably not.
I have been to a celebration. I went through a town that had like this massive festival. There were a lot of people. A little dangerous.
I don't believe I've ever...
You remember how loud that was? Having all those people celebrating?
Yeah.
Multiply that by the biggest number you can think of.
Whoa.
And that's and that's how loud the celebrations get. Fireworks, music, cheers. Yeah, no, it's a party. It's a celebration of life and just enjoying it.
That sounds loud. Are there performers?
Oh, absolutely. I used to perform all the time.
I saw a pretty cool performance back in the city. There was this guy who's, he looked kind of strange. He had tattoos on his face.
What did he do?
Lost.
This is those moments where this DM is suddenly really excited about what Callus is saying.
Did acrobatic stuff. Oh, he lost. I spent 2 days there and I could tell that he was just... He lost. I felt kind of sad for him though. He looked like he had a good life. Like he was happy. He just caught my attention because, you know, tattoos on the face, that's not normal. At least, not amongst the people I saw.
It depends on the culture of people sometimes.
Is that the norm for the culture I was from? No, it wasn't, because it's not normal for me.
Yeah, I can't answer that one, kiddo.
Me neither. I only saw that world for 36 days outside of the building. Deshane, are we there yet?
Not yet.
Actually, right about this point, I need all of you to make perception rolls.
Before I do, I just want to say I love the cinematic thing of them having this deep discussion, but one swaddled on my chest and the other one's on my back playing with his glasses.
Yeah, Mixie's not gonna ask anybody to stop it. She's just gonna.
That would be a
close
natural
it.
20.
Dirty
Oh,
20.
okay.
Oh my goodness, that was a perception roll, Smasher! You hit double digits in the most fantastic of ways!
I'll drink to that.
Yay!
Yeah.
Do I have to?
Perception.
Yes.
A chill runs down my spine.
Oh no.
I got an
You
18.
say 18. Deshane.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. 18. Dirty 20. Nat 20. Nat 1. All right. So yeah, that ship runs down your spine, Callus, but you are definitely focused on your alchemy set. Mixinix and Deshane, both of you notice that the wall is ever so slightly starting to glow. And there is a soft humming noise. Smasher. You recognize that humming noise to be machinery. There is machinery down at the end of the hole, which now you can see there is an open doorway. Light spilling through. And through that doorway, there is the sound and hum of working machine.
There are large mechanical harmonics coming from ahead.
I'm going to call over my shoulder. What gave it away?
A slight humming coming from the door.
I believe it was the mechanical harmonics that are coming from ahead.
I thought that was just you, like this weird little brr, brr going on inside your head as you're processing something.
That's mildly offensive, Callus.
Really? Well, whenever Deshane needs to fart, we always hear a little rumbling.
I can't finish that line without laughing. That's awful.
Whenever Deshane has a little rumbling in his tummy, we hear a little toot at the end of it. It's just bodily functions.
Yes, but I have no moving parts above my neck, besides my eyes.
It's all metal in there?
Among other things.
One of these days we gotta open you up.
That would not be advised.
I know. Defense protocol. We'll figure something out.
And you guys approach the door as this conversation is going on, and you very audibly hear the ding, ding, ding of metal as it works.
Yeah, I wait for everyone to catch up with me, and then we step on through.
Yeah, when you walk through the door, that temperature is still very cold. Despite the fact that you can see steam rising from multiple places in this what looks like a workshop. By workshop, I mean like warehouse workshop. These are big mechanical devices that seem to be in the process, steam powered, and in the process of working metal and shaping it.
Is there any familiarities I'm having with the space I'm in?
There's mild familiarity, but not the same kind of familiarity of where you came from, more as in you recognize these to be machines, and they are working.
Brothers, I am home.
There doesn't seem to be anyone in sight. There is what looks to be multiple domes with no bottom and these glass tubes. Lights. There's lights all over the place. All of them are on currently.
I just stand there for a minute.
Amongst the sound of machinery. Not a soul in sight.
Just Deshane into the space and just start examining the machinery.
It's very well made. Doesn't look particularly well maintained though, as in there might not be anything currently working it. Um, but it is still running, and it does seem to be going strong. So definitely well made.
Can I start maintaining some of this machinery?
You start what?
Can I start maintaining some of this machinery then?
Yeah, sure.
I
If you
want to
want
start
to.
looking around for, so when I'm looking around, I want to start maintaining it, I want to look for spare parts. You know,
Nice.
I have some spaces that could be filled.
Good. Deshane, you still have that rope tied around you, right?
As he begins to pull away, as it like draws tight, I like undo it and like let it go real quick.
I'm gonna jump down and stick with Deshane.
Makes Nick staying up on your shield.
Down. I need to stretch.
Very gently.
Very gently, just set you on the ground, with your shield, like in your shield, still kind of carrying you in your shield on the ground.
Rolls out of the shield. Stretches. Hears uncomfortable pops because she did sleep in her armor because she was broken out.
Mm-hmm. The shield also seems to kind of stretch.
Like it's
and then
big, and it like it's back to normal.
Back to normal size. Yep.
Sentient being.
I could get more now.
Trust a sentient.
I miss sleeps like that. Also, we need to go north once we leave the tower. No explanation. It goes in and just starts exploring.
Perfect. All right, Deshane and Callus, you are both staying at the door for now.
Yeah.
Okay. Mixie Nix and Smasher, make for me investigation rolls or perception, whichever you prefer. Smasher, you definitely are an investigation.
If either of them look back, I just quietly mutter the words to command his cloak of billowing to billow, and they get this epic view of just Deshane with two guns out, billowing cape, and a small child just kind of picking his nose in front of him.
I like to imagine I like threw that cape in such a way that it looks more like a poncho after it's been like thrown over one shoulder. Like one part is like really long and it's kind of short.
Yeah, nice.
That's a dirty 20 perception.
Dirty 20 perception?
7.
7. You're not finding any spare parts, Smasher. But you do find a couple places where maintenance would benefit the machinery, and you spend your time pretty much fixing that part up. That dirty 20 for perception, you said?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so in the back, or back from where the door was, you see what looks like an office. The door to this place is closed, and there's a light on underneath where you can just see it peeking out from under the door.
I'm gonna get closer.
Right. There is no sound other than the machinery.
Turns around and messages Callus and then Deshane. Same message, but there's a door with a light on over here.
Okay. I will step forward.
I'm going towards it.
Two of you approach, and you see that door. You see Mixinix standing before it. It is closed currently with a light peeking out from underneath it. And it looks like an office to the warehouse workshop that you're currently in.
Gonna get down on the ground and try to peek underneath the crack.
There's this strange furry substance on the floor on the other side of the door. It's really weird and doesn't look natural by any means. and it's making it hard to see under the door. But you do see the light on the ceiling at the very top of the crack. Just at least a portion of it. There's a lamp, and it's on.
I'm gonna go to like the side of the door with my guns up like this, then motion with my head for them to walk in.
Wait. Don't look at me.
Still the same day, I haven't long rested yet. I'm gonna turn into a basilisk.
Yeah, the only one of you who has is Mixinix.
I'm gonna take my shield, turn it sideways, make it just... Well, not turn it sideways. I'm gonna make it fill the doorway. So if anything initially goes off, it's gonna hit the shield first. And then move to let Callus do his thing. But yeah, I'll open it.
Yeah, one thing you'll notice is while there's usually a nice reflective surface on the underside or the backside of your shield, you notice that as Callus starts to change shape, that surface kind of dulls out and is no longer reflective. Almost like the shield's protecting you from whatever Callus is turning into.
Is that you in the dream?
There's a warm, hugging feeling at the back of your head.
Oh, you're so sweet. Opens the door, goes through.
Right. You walk onto carpet. But none of you have ever really seen. You've seen rugs, so this looks like a rug, but it covers the whole floor and is anchored to the floor. As you walk in, you walk onto this substance. It's very soft and mushy, and there's a desk. On the desk is a lamp and a corpse. More accurately, the skeletal remains of a corpse. Small, gnomish sized. Actually, probably is a gnome, or was a gnome rather. Very dead individual, and a bunch of papers. Syrinscape, everybody.
Syrinscape.
Go for it.
I wouldn't even be phased by the body. Just straight to the table for the papers.
Yeah, I'll give a medicine check on the corpse skeleton thing.
Yeah. Deshane?
I holster one weapon but keep one out, and I'm standing at the door.
Okay.
Waiting for him.
As you're standing at the door, you do see Smasher out there. He seems to be actively torquing and moving parts for one of the machines that's running. And you can see it, but Smasher can't. But it's almost like every adjustment he makes, the machine seems to ease its tension and work a little better. The medicine check?
25. Yeah, 25.
25.
18 plus 7. I can math. Yeah, 25.
All right, 25. So you can tell this body's been dead for a while. It's mostly skeletal remains at this point. There's no easy to tell way how it might have died, but there is a massive, which you think is probably the cause of death. Time could have caused this, but there is a massive hole right at the top of the back of its head.
Player knows? Can I make an Arcana check to see if Mixie knows?
Sure. This would be Arcana.
I only have a +2, so there's a slim chance. 19?
19? You're pretty sure you've heard of wounds like this killing people and being caused by these creatures called Illithid.
Yep. I am...
You just say Ilthid?
Mm-hmm.
What
Looks like
papers?
we got a fight next week, guys.
What papers?
Oh yeah, the papers. When you pick up and start looking over the papers, most of them are just numbers, which you're smart enough to tell that these look like they might have been production numbers for whatever this warehouse is creating. You do see uh, at the top of it, it has an A, a C, and an E with periods in between each. Ace. And then the rest of like the printed part, like the part like how that ACE is all kind of faded and old. But the writing, the pen written part is where you can tell those numbers look to be production values. There is one sheet of paper that looks different from the rest. It's underneath the head. So when you pull it out, uh, you can see that this guy was in the middle of writing a note. And it's in Gnomish.
I can read that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can.
You cannot, Callus.
Nope, I've got Abyssal, Common, Elvish, and Primordial.
Knowing that Mixie is a gnome, I will hand it off to Mixie and say,
It's a gnomish. I can't read that. I'll take a look at the body.
We might not want to stay in this room. We might want to go back through the hall. We might want to go. The wound that caused its death is from an illithid? They eat brains? You've got a good, smart, juicy brain. I want you out of this room.
Do I know what an illithid is?
Callus knows what an illithid is. I do not. I cannot see of any reason why that would not be one of the creatures that was studied where you're from.
Yeah, no, that would make absolute complete sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know what those are.
In fact, the illithids that you might have had any communication with, since they do speak telepathically, would probably be friendly towards you.
Yeah.
They're not that bad. The ones I knew were pretty cool. Though they were trapped like me too, so similar stories.
I just go to the body and I'm gonna start look at the back of the head and be like,
oh hey, yeah, look at that. I wonder if I can get a sample.
Just take the whole skull. Just take the whole skull.
Yeah, there's just bones really, which you can easily make a sample out of bones. So.
The minute she realized it was an illithid, though, she would have cast detect magic.
Cool.
She knows that they're magical. She would be like, "What the fuck?"
So there is an enchantment magic on the whole warehouse itself, but other than that, there's no magic around.
Okay, what does the note say?
All right, the note reads, and it finishes abruptly, but it starts off with, Daradon, there's something actively moving in this warehouse. I don't know what it is. I've been trying to find it and hunt it down. I think it's some big vermin, but I feel like I am being watched at every, and that's what it is.
Yeah, can I get that transcripted? I could not write fast enough.
Yeah.
I tried.
Whoops.
Yeah, no, this thing killed this guy. The illithid killed him after it was lit. It kind of, it scared the crap out of him. It was moving around, making spooky noises, making its presence known, but not its presence known.
Okay.
You know, knew something was there, didn't know what it was, and he was writing this note to somebody in concern about what it was. And it stopped. So his brain got 8.
Maybe some people just deserve to have their brain eaten.
I don't even know what to say to that. So I'm not gonna say anything to him.
Gary.
The little voice in Mixie's head is like, oh yeah, absolutely. Mixie.
Smasher, while you are working, you suddenly get the feeling of being watched. Deshane, you also suddenly start feeling like you are being watched.
I pull out the gun that I just holstered and I say, well, sorry to burst your bubble, Mixie Nix, but whoever it is, it's here. And I'm going to turn and start scanning the room in a slow circle.
I'm going to
My head's starting to swivel.
get behind the mole and turn back into a basilisk. And start
You
looking
respond.
around.
How are you going to respond to Mixie Nix?
Huh?
To Deshane. He just
Yeah.
announced.
Yeah. Mixie grows her shield a little bit bigger and unwieldy, and then puts it on her back like she'd normally carry it. So it's like over her head.
You actually get a distinct feeling that it's going to actively protect the back of your head.
Yeah, it's over her head, and she's definitely going to bless the boys and the robot.
I'm probably not even near close enough to you to be able to be blessed.
30 feet.
Unfortunately, he is more than 30 feet away from you.
Then it's going to be the boys and I.
Okay.
Which is good because
honestly,
he can't
I'm
eat
not
my
worried.
brains.
He doesn't have a brain, so like that makes more sense, anyways.
Yep. Cool.
And
We're
if he
going
sees me,
to-
he needs to make a con save.
Yeah. We are actually going to call it here for tonight, though.
Woo!
Ooh.
Right at the end of
Cliffhanger.
today's play session. Nice little cliffhanger. I like leaving you guys at points like this. Get you thinking about the next week.
That's
What's gonna
fine.
happen?
Gives me enough time to explore Syrinscape and try to figure out what's making that really loud noise
I love
inside
it.
the set. I don't understand which one it is. I've clicked them all. But we'll get it figured out. Syrinscape,
Yes.
for everyone. It is wonderful.
It really is. And even though it was a loud sound, I did love it. It was perfect.
Good.
Sounded like machinery.
Good. Tomorrow, playing with Mutts.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
There'll
then,
be shenanigans on Friday.
On Friday, yeah.
and then Nightfall on
Nightbane.
Saturday. Or Nightfall. Nightbane on Saturday.
Nightfall.
And of course, more tales.
More tales. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, we'll see you all later. You have a fantastic evening.
Bye!
Au revoir. We love you all.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return giggle